Good afternoon, everybody. It is Friday, February 16th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We are live in City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 2 o'clock p.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to start off with a roll call. Commissioner Don Preston.
Here.
Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Stranowski.
Here.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
Mayor Stan Mills. We have a full complement of the mayor and commissioners, and so we're able to formally conduct business today as we have a quorum. We'd like to thank you all for being here today in person and remind you that as we move along through the agenda topics, that periodically I will call on the public, see if you all have anything you want to say. If so, then we'd like you to come forward to the microphone, state your name and your relationship to the city. Also want to thank those that are watching virtually. We appreciate you tuning in with us today from the comfort of your home or office. And additionally, I want to remind everybody that we have what we call support documents. They are documents that support the individual agenda items, and when they're ready a sufficient time ahead of the meeting, they are embedded into the agenda. And you access our agenda by going to our website, cityofrehoboth.com. On the homepage, top center on the right, there's a lime green box. Click on that. It takes you into the portal. And from there, search for the calendar date, and you'll bring up the meeting, and you'll be able to see the same support documents that we have in front of us. I'd also like to exercise my privilege as chair, and I'd like to defer new business item I that has to do with the museum redoing an agreement. I'd like to defer that till the March regular meeting. With that, you'll note that I skipped over identifying the staff that I normally did. Nobody caught me. We've got interim city manager Evan Miller here, city solicitor Alex Burns. We've got Lynn Cohen in communications, Judge Renee Bennett back there. Raise your hand. June Embert from the parking department. Henry Matlos, raise your hand at Public Works. Corey, no, Corey's not here. Matt Janis is here, building and official, as well as Scott Cantalupo from the building and licensing department. I think we got, and Ann Womack hiding there behind the monitors. There we go. We caught you. We caught you. Thank you very much. Correspondence, we have 3 letters of correspondence from constituents. We'll try to remember to refer to those during the individual agenda topics. They are also embedded in the agenda. With that, we move down to approval of the minutes, and none are ready today, so we're going to skip on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Evan Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, commissioners, and members of the public. As we had discussed this morning in our special budget meeting, management of parking, beach concession operations, tennis court rentals, and lifeguarding at the state-owned Deauville Beach are now being managed by DENREC's Division of Parks and Recreation. An as-yet undetermined entrance fee will be required at Deauville from March 1st through November 30th. City of Rehoboth Beach parking permits will not be accepted. City staff is working with the Division of Parks and Recreation staff to ensure a smooth transition, and we're confident that they'll continue to provide great recreation services at the site. An update on the Beach Patrol headquarters and restroom facility. The remainder of the old facility is expected to be demolished next week as a contractor prepares for sheet pile installation. This will likely occur around March 4th. A crane will be on site for this installation, and increased noise levels should be anticipated. Also, please note that while city offices will be closed in observance of President's Day this Monday, the city has granted permission for construction work to continue on the holiday for the Beach Patrol headquarters. As noted previously, the city will be closed February 19th for President's Day holiday. No residential trash collection will take place on Monday. Rather, a citywide trash collection is scheduled for Tuesday, February 20th. And finally, a DelDOT coordinated sidewalk installation project is scheduled to begin along State Road around February 26th. It is expected to take around 3 weeks for sidewalk installation from School Lane to Stokely Street extended, and notifications to homeowners in the area was scheduled to be sent out this week. Finally, we do have one street aid expenditure in the amount of $11,467.35 payable to Delmarva Power.
Mayor, I move approval of the street aid expenditure.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to approve the street aid expenditures to Delmarva Power in the amount of $11,467.35. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. I have a note in reference to the city manager. You mentioned that Deauville Beach, we didn't know what the new parking fees would be. I just want to remind everybody that we no longer manage Deauville Beach. So city manager is talking about any fees, entrance fees would be charged and managed by DenRec themselves. Yeah, correct. Very good. With that, we'll move on to the
Mayor?
next. Yes, ma'am.
Before you move on, City Manager?
Yes.
I have a question and an observation about the process for posting support documents. Sure. And I don't need an answer today, but I'll be coming back to this on several agenda items. Could you just tell me if there is a certain cutoff that the city observes on either the day prior to a meeting or 2 days prior to a meeting where we actually stop updating the agenda over and over and over again? So by the end of the completion of that process, sometimes as a commissioner, I don't know when you stopped.
Sure. So I would defer to Ann on what her cutoff is for the agenda, but one thing I will mention is for all of our support documents that are included in the agenda, if they, and Ann can correct me if I'm wrong, if they are added after the agenda has been posted, so Ann has the option to, when she posts the agenda, to also include support documents at that time.
Well, and I'm not going to put Ann on the spot today. Sure. Because I don't think it's her issue at all. Sure. My observation is the following. The posting of support documents, in my opinion, is so much more important for the public than it is for the commissioners. This is something I learned as a great example of how Commissioner Mills at the time conducted himself relevant to if he felt that the public had not had time to know about a document, digest the document, much less himself as a commissioner, he made a very clear statement that not only was he not prepared to talk about the issue, but it was totally unfair to the constituents. So I have, and I wanted to get this on the record, when we are posting things that are important at 2:54 in the afternoon on Thursday for a meeting that begins at 2, and for some of us, we've been here since 9 a.m., it is not in the best interest of our constituents to treat them that way. So I would ask that we talk about, not we, you as city manager, interim, talk about, is there not a possibility that at least by noon the day prior, if it's not in, you stop that annoying and confusing re-upping over and over of the agenda. So that's the only observation I wanted to put out there. I'm particularly, I've mentioned this before several times. I have given the credit for where I learned this to Mayor Mills, and I will continue to do that. And so you will hear it again over and over today, especially. Thank you.
And just to finish my point earlier, just for the members of the public, so for any agenda item that includes a support document and the support document has been uploaded after the agenda has been posted, those items are indicated with asterisks, and then at the bottom of the agenda, you'll see that the number of asterisks correlate to a description. So you'll see that we did have a support document at the bottom that was embedded in the agenda when it became available for posting just yesterday. So in some cases, we are posting support documents the day before. I think noon is relatively a fair cutoff. So that provides a little bit more information in terms of how you can identify support documents that have been added and when they've been added.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item of business, which is the city solicitor's report. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have one very brief update on the quiet title action. There's a hearing next Thursday, February 22nd, in the Court of Chancery. Recall this action relates to certain land comprising about 12,500 square feet. It's a portion of tax map parcel 334-14.14-13.00. And so I'll have a more robust update next time, but there's a hearing next week, and anyone that claims title to that property is welcome to appear.
Thank you very much, Alex. With that, we'll move on to the next item of business, which is departmental reports. Those departmental reports are from the Alderman Court, Building and Licensing, and Police Department. They're all embedded in the agenda, so we don't need to spend any time on them today, but there's a lot of interesting information in there. Again, if you would go to the website and the portal, you'll be able to access those documents. No building board and commission reports were submitted this month. The committee.
I'm sorry, before you blow past number 9, board and commission reports, I have a question. It seems to me that it has been an extremely long time since, especially for these types, for the board and the commissions, I haven't seen a report in a very long time, or anyone in person. Is that something that's still important to the commissioners, or is it completely left up to the chairs of the 2 that are mentioned?
No, I want to keep it on there. I need to do a better job of reminding them. They just don't remember. And actually, I think Board of Adjustment may have submitted something to me that I overlooked, but the Parks and Shade Tree Commission hadn't met in a while. So they don't have anything to report, but I could at least report that on their behalf.
Well, and the Planning Commission, I don't think I've seen a report in a very long time. Maybe it's not needed, but it's just an observation.
No, I think you're right. I would like to return to doing that. With that, we'll go to the committee reports. The first one is Street and Transportation Environment Committee. I've asked for that to be in writing so we could embed it in the agenda. Do you
Mayor,
have anything, or do you want to defer again?
I intended for that to be on the workshop.
Okay. Because I want that in writing so that we can embed it in the agenda, and then we don't have to spend too much time on it. With that, we'll move to the second committee report, would be Trees and Green Infrastructure. Do you want to share?
Sure. The Trees and Green Infrastructure Committee met last Friday on February 9th. We had 5 members in attendance. We received an update of the end-of-year contributions for the commemorative tree program, which is currently at $61,135, which represents 104 donations, and this is the cumulative total of that fund. Because the city arborist has departed, she would ordinarily have a schedule of certain things, actions saying about the city to use some of those funds, and we weren't informed of that at the time. So I can follow up on that at a at the next meeting to try to, find out what was, but ordinarily it's about replacement of street trees. That's usually been what they've suggested, so. We had an ivy cleanup project on January 13th of 2024 at Deauville Beach, which was a very successful undertaking. We had about 20 volunteers, and we were able to kind of clean up the area surrounding in front of where the parking lot and the tennis courts were, and removed a lot of kind of dead material and so forth. So it looks very nice for the state to take it back. So it was our little parting gift. And then also just want to inform the public, and we'll be having more promotions about this, but we used to have a lecture series, and we're scheduled our next lecture series for March 8th at 10 a.m. here. And we're going to have Bill McAvoy of DENREC, and he's going to do the topic, I'm sure you're going to find this fascinating, sedges, which is a form of grasses that would be useful as alternatives to lawns. It's grass, but it's a different kind of grass that you don't have to mow. And we will be publicizing that in the Lines in the Sand and RBHA newsletter and next door. And we also had a discussion which we'll be continuing with the mayor commissioners about the committee, the standing committees. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Bonky. Appreciate it. With that, we're going to move on to liaison.
Before
Yes,
you blow
ma'am.
past,
Uh-huh.
I have a question for you,
Sure.
Commissioner Markert. On the $61,000, the 104 cumulative donations, next time, could you tell us how that program is trending? If each year it's gaining strength, staying the same, or decreasing in popularity?
I think it has continued. I mean, I think we in the committee have tried to do things to try to promote it, and we did have some near end of the year, not in December, actually in November, of about 20. I think it was $2,250 that came in.
So next time, could you give us the numbers for the last few years?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
And while we have an audience here, I want to remind everybody that we have a tree donation program where we recognize if you give a donation in certain amounts with an engraved leaf and a nice, beautiful tree sculpture.
Right.
That's as you go down the stairs, it's on the wall there.
Right.
Take a look at it. It's lovely. With that, we're going to move on to liaison reports. We offer the commissioners that are the liaisons to the 5 different agencies opportunity to say something, that if each agency has a direct representative, then they're welcome to come up and say something. We're going to start off with the Chamber of Commerce. I'm the liaison, but I see Carol Everhart is here. You can come to the podium there, Carol. Just identify yourself if you would.
Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. I did provide a insert. I don't know that it's on the screen, but first, the visitor guides for 2024 are in. They're going into the racks this week, and I did provide the commissioners a copy, and there are several copies on the table right outside of the door. The dining guides are begin production in March, so we plan to have those before Memorial Day. Realtor bags are underway. That is anyone who has a product that they want in the realtor bag. We do 9,000 to 11,000 bags, provide them to the realtors, and they give them to the guests that are here for a week. As far as employment with the chamber, I did have 4 openings, and now I'm down to 2. I did have an opening in the visitor center and distribution. We have filled both of those, but I still need 2 interns for the summer, so if someone knows of someone, send them my way. And I also provided occupancy in the hotels and motels, both downtown, and a comparison overall in the 19971 zip code. So if you looked at 2019 on a Wednesday, you had 4,767. In 2024, you had 6,961. on a Saturday in 2019, because we went back instead of thinking, well, it'd be like last year, 2019, 6,894 compared to 7,017 overall. So up in the zip code. But in downtown Rehoboth, it's all over the board. Did you notice that? On a Saturday, week 1, last year, 28%, this year, 10. Week 2, 36%, this year, 34. Week 3, 35%, this year, 18. And week 4, 27% last year, 28 this year. Did I have any questions about that first?
Anybody?
Okay, and I understand that there was a question about the visitor center and visitation there. So I did run those
Yes.
numbers. Okay, I did run those numbers.
Commissioner Gossett wanted to know what your visitation numbers were for the previous year.
Okay, annually, the visitor center annually sees about 20,000, but it's in chunks. So winter is the lowest visitation, November to February, 500 to 1,000 for the months, each one. Spring visitation, March, April, May, you get anywhere from 2,000 to 2,800. Summer visitation, that's the highest. That's June, July, and August, 3,000 to 308 per month. And then fall visitation, September and October, is 3,000 to 3,500, depending on the year. Okay. Anything else on the visitor center?
Anybody else?
Carol, how do you keep track of those numbers? Do they have a counter?
Yes. They have a counter, and we have it, we have it going back for years. So we've kept it. And you can see, like in 2019, these numbers would not compare to 2020 in any way. They're very comparable now to 2019 and before. And a part of that is actually the bike path. So that bumped it back up. So when it went down with COVID, that bike path pushed it right back up.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Carol.
You're welcome.
With that, our next report, liaison for the Historical Society, Bunky Markert. I see you have the director here, so pick one of you.
It's up to you. I'm happy to do it if you want.
Did you have a report prepared?
A summary report of the meeting. That's primarily what I would be doing.
Or I could talk about what we're doing, whatever, you see, I'm still new to this,
Well,
I don't know what.
let's let Bunky give it this time,
If-
and
if
if
you
you
want,
don't mind.
you can
And
punch it up.
and then in the future, we'll talk with you, because one of the things you did at the budget meeting was exceptionally long but great story about the Historical Society and what they're doing. I want to make sure that we don't repeat that today, because time is a premium. So if you don't mind, we'll defer to your liaison.
Okay. To say that on Monday, January 29th, 2024, I attended the Historical Society Board meeting via Zoom, and I wasn't able to make the in-person meeting. It was conducted by the new director, who's here with us, Heidi Nostrom Evans. Their meeting was very, I would say, tightly scripted, with detailed agenda and so forth. The bulk of the meeting was the director's report, much of which was presented to the mayor commissioners the following week at our February 5th special budget workshop meeting, covering an overview of the program of events that they plan to do over the next few years as a preface to their grant request. In addition, there was a treasurer's report and the president of the board's report, which briefly covered several topics, a summary of discussions pertinent to the Dolly sign, which is currently part of the building, and a memorandum of understanding with the VIA and others. At the point of the allotted meeting, they had scheduled an ending, which was later extended to allow the committee, Paul Lovett committee members of the board, and we're able to hold a discussion on whether to allow Paul Lovett and his diorama in the museum, which has been somewhat of a contentious issue for the museum, and the committee issued a thorough report on the topic. The committee also proposed a series of motions that they hope would clarify the board's intentions, and after some discussion, they were able to form a declaration of their intentions by stating they were working on an MOU with Mr. Lovett, whose diorama is currently on display in the City Hall lobby below us here. And it included some of the language that was previously suggested that expressed that the board supports the efforts to bring the diorama to the museum in form of an agreement to be presented for approval at their upcoming March meeting. And also in the future, I hope to be able to attend, live. It was kind of difficult to hear on the Zoom call, and I understand that they're making provisions to allow the public to attend future meetings. That's all I had. So if there's anything else you want to add.
Heidi, do you want to add anything? You're good? You're good. All right. Thank you, Bonky.
Sure.
Any questions among the commissioners? Commissioner Sharp first.
Commissioner Markert, whatever you were reading from,
Yeah.
can you have that as an embedded support document?
I requested that. You should have it with your packet.
Well, I'm not going to look for it right now.
Okay.
Remember, these things can be in
right
many,
here.
many days ahead of
I
time.
understand it. I understand.
Also, when you just describe contentious discussion or meeting, contentiousness,
Well, I mean, it was.
elaborate a little bit?
It was.
Do we need to in public?
Well, it's on the record.
I would say it was articulated discussion among the board. I mean,
Was it anything relevant to whether or not the diorama will move out of the city hall on its appointed schedule, an agreed upon schedule?
I don't think that the schedule of that move has been ironed out yet, at least at the time of the meeting. They're working on an MOU. Hopefully that will be presented at their next meeting.
Evan, maybe you can help. I thought we had an end date for City Hall.
We do have an end date, but that end date does not necessarily coincide with when they're prepared to take it.
Well, that's not the city's problem,
I guess not.
is what I'm trying to illustrate.
Well, right, that's true. That's true.
So maybe the Historical Society can discern whose issue belongs to which entity.
Our MOU specifies that the diorama will be here through the end of April.
April.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Bunky. With that, we'll go to the liaison of Rehoboth Beach Main Street.
We've got Dan Slagle here, Executive Director for Main Street.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'll keep this short. I wanted to speak with Commissioner Gossip that we have sent out our survey. I know that's one of the things we had discussed. We've sent out the survey and it is in progress and we are gathering data at this point. So we are getting feedback. So I will, the next meeting, let you know our data on that and our stats. Our events that are coming up right now, it's a Blooming Dance Party on Friday, March 15th, 7 till 10 p.m. Tickets are available at the RBMS office and on the Eventbrite website. We're selling a lot of tickets right now. We've sold over 300 so far. The Gumbo Crawl is on Saturday, April 6th, 12 to 4. Tickets are available at the RBMS office. Okay, we're very excited about this year's Gumbo Crawl. 26 restaurants are participating, and the time has changed from 1 to 4 to 12 to 4. So really excited about this event. It's grown a lot. The Runway 2024 Fashion Show for our retailers is on Sunday, April 21st from 4:30 to 7 p.m. Tickets are available at the RBMS office and on Eventbrite. I have left a message with Chief Banks about our upcoming events because I believe that's important, out of respect, to let him know about our events that are coming up. So I have left a message with him. Our re-accreditation is in progress for 2024. This is important to be accredited for a national Main Street because we're able to offer grants and different options for our downtown. The March newsletter is in progress. We're highlighting our downtown events, the Volunteer of the Month, and a lot of city updates, what's going on with the city in our newsletter. One thing I did want to mention, and this will end it if we have any questions. As we have mentioned in the past, RBMS engaged in an in-depth strategic planning process last year, which resulted in the development of a 3-year strategic plan, followed by each of the standing committees of RBMS developing individual detailed work plans tied to specific goals established by our strategic plan. A critical component for the organization was the development of 2 detailed policy statements, and an event policy statement and requirements, and an organization performance policy statement. Each policy statement is designed to ensure individual accountability. The organization committee was charged with the responsibility to produce those plans as deliverables by the end of Q1. I am happy to say that this week, the organization committee presented the board of directors with drafts of these plans. These plans are critical to the monitoring and ongoing basics, whether we are meeting our goals that support our mission. If you would like additional info on these 2 policies, I can provide that. Anybody have any questions?
Dan, could you refresh my memory on when is your next board meeting?
Oh, we just had it yesterday.
Yesterday, I'm
Yes.
sorry if you said that.
Yeah.
And remind me again, are they public?
Yes, yes, yes.
And they're published?
Yes.
And I need to double back, thank you,
You're welcome.
with the Historical Society. I think we talked about that before. When is the next board meeting? Is it published and is it
It's
open to the
March
public?
6th. I'm sure that it's in March. Did I put it in here or not? I'm not sure. I'm not sure the date.
25th, and we talked before, is it open to the public and published as such?
It's on the website, but we are trying to get it.
Mayor,
I'm
microphone.
sorry. Heidi, would you mind coming to the microphone?
Hi, I'm.
It's not on. Sorry. Now, there you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Better.
Okay, I'm Heidi Nastrom-Evans. I'm the director of the Rehoboth Beach Historical Society. We actually did have the last board meeting on our website, but it's not at the point where you can sign up on the website because our web person is out of town for the winter. But we have the announcement that the board meeting, when the board meetings are happening online.
And are the members of the public allowed to walk in there and attend those meetings?
What we would like to do, and I think what we're trying to set up, is so that a small number of people can sign up to come. Because we only have a limited amount of space in the boardroom.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner?
And is that up and running right now?
I think so, I'd have to look.
I'll look when I get home. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Heidi.
Any other questions for me? Thank you very much.
Both good.
Thank you.
Good for both of you. Thank you.
I do have a board person here who wanted to say something. Is it appropriate to do that now, or when do you take comments from the board?
If it's short, sure.
Okay. Board member Annette Stellhorn wanted to speak.
Thank you very much for a couple of moments. I appreciate it. I wanted to address the contentious comment that was in the minutes, and it's specifically surrounding the idea with the diorama that we all feel that it is important. I'm a lifelong Sussex County and Rehoboth Beach year-round. I'm also on the board now, one of the newest members. In the contentiousness is regard to a temporary exhibit like Main Street had and City Hall had, or some of the members of the board want it to be a permanent exhibit. So we're determining temporary or permanent. We have a window of time for a temporary that's 3+ months, but we're trying to determine if we can all agree to that versus the limited space the museum has with any other exhibit, or if it's just going to be the museum surrounding, a diorama. So we're concerned about that, and that's why we have some contentious issues. As many of you can see when you go downstairs, it's a large exhibit. They have talked about having to tear down a wall to make it, and it's going to be even bigger. So that problem is just going to get bigger and bigger. So that's why the board is in this moment of pause, trying to figure out what to do with the MOU. If I personally am new on the board, I looked at the possibility of the rail depot because it fits the railroad history and all of that. I know currently it's used by the chamber. I don't know the specifics about that. I would hope that maybe the brochures and the exhibit together could work in some way if we looked at the future opportunities to bring in people for the brochures with 20,000 coming, and also the diorama and the presentations. If the museum took up some of the staff responsibilities on that, maybe we could, talk to the chamber about that in an ongoing relationship. So just trying to make everybody happy, and right now we haven't been able to make that happen.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to the liaison for the Cape Henlopen Senior Center, Commissioner Sharnowski.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know that sometimes we never have contentious conversations up here.
Not at
I like
all.
to call them spirited conversations.
That's what I meant to say, spirit.
I just have a very brief update from the senior center. They've been moving forward ahead with their the new land that they have. They're making some headway both on a time frame and receiving some financial support. So that's looking fairly positive for them right now. I know that they don't have an exact time frame, but it seems to be moving along quite more quickly than they were even anticipating. So hopefully more.
Could you describe that in months or years at all?
I was given 6 months quicker, but not what the overall length was to begin with. So, and quite a few $100,000 that they've recently received. So things are certainly moving along for them.
No mention of all-you-can-eat breakfast?
They don't seem to be doing it until, I think, November is the next one they've planned.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't think they're making enough money off of that to make it work.
All you can eat. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the liaison for the public library. Commissioner Gossett.
Yes, thank you. We have Lauren McCauley here today, the acting director, if she would have any comments.
Would you like to offer anything?
Hello, I'm Lauren McCauley. I'm the acting director for Rehoboth Beach Public Library. We are having our board meeting next Tuesday. We have managed to find a temporary solution to our situation with the heaters. We've got some temporary heaters installed, and we're hoping to install something more permanent in the next month or so. We've got our Oscar party coming up in March. It's very popular. It's like our big adult event where we have hors d'oeuvres and talk about movies up for Academy Awards. So people are excited about that. And yeah, things are going pretty well.
Very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. With that, we're going to move on to the next item of business, which is to conduct a public hearing of a supplemental permit of compliance request by Reagan Derrickson of Summer House Rehoboth LLC to operate an outdoor dining patio serving alcoholic beverages on private space in conjunction with the restaurant known as Summer House pursuant to Municipal Code Section 270-19B, use restrictions, dining patio. The restaurant and outdoor dining patio are located at 228 Rehoboth Avenue. There's also a bullet point there on the agenda that says this discussion may include, but is not limited to consideration of and potential action on authorizing a license agreement in relation to the encroachments reflected in the above-mentioned application. I see we have representatives of the applicant here. Reagan Derrickson, raise your hand. Jay Becker. And we have a certain process here we're going to go through. And Alec, I'm going to turn it over to you, I believe, to read into the record all the exhibits.
Thank you, Mayor.
And give an explanation of what this is all about before we go to the building inspector's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be quick. I know it's a long day of meetings. So this all stems from Chapter 215, and 215-2, permit required, states, no person shall operate, maintain, or carry on the business of a restaurant or dinner theater governed by this chapter until the owner or lessee has received a permit of compliance from the city stating that said restaurant or dinner theater is in compliance with all the city's applicable zoning and licensing requirements. Subsection A of 215-5 says hearing required. No applicant shall receive a permit of compliance or supplemental permit of compliance from the city until after a hearing, at which hearing interested parties and citizens shall have an opportunity to be heard. And so that's why we're here today. And there are a few things I'd like to move into the record. But before I do so, I'd like to remind the commissioners that there are a few things you all need to consider here. So 215-5B, a permit of compliance or supplemental permit of compliance shall not be issued to the applicant or to the Delaware Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission except by the favorable vote of a majority of the members of the city commissioners. In reaching their decision, the commissioners shall consider the following factors, including but not limited to: 1, whether the applicant has demonstrated that the establishment's primary purpose will be that of a restaurant or dinner theater as defined in this chapter; 2, whether the establishment meets all of the city's applicable zoning and licensing provisions; 3, whether the establishment would be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood and the city; 4, whether the establishment will have an adverse impact on the neighboring properties or on the city of Rehoboth Beach, considering the impact on traffic, parking, and noise; and 5, whether the applicant had made any false representation or statements to the city's employees or the commissioners in order to induce or prevent action by the city, not only in regard to the pertinent pending application under this chapter, but also in regard to the issuance of a building permit or business license for the subject establishment. And so I'd like to incorporate into the record a set of materials that are found in the agenda. There was a public notice for this public hearing. It was posted on the city website on December 15th, 2023. That public notice was published in the Cape Gazette on Friday, December 22nd, 2023, and in the Delaware State News on Friday, December 22nd, 2023. It was also provided to residents within 200 feet of Summer House. Also in the agenda, you'll find embedded the building inspector report from Matthew Janis, building official, addressed to the mayor and commissioners, dated January 3, 2024, regarding application number 1123-09, restaurant permit of compliance. And hold on one second. Also embedded in the agenda is an application signed by Reagan Derrickson. Includes a city stamp indicating the fee of $1,250 has been paid. Includes a checklist for compliance with the zoning code, section 270-19. Also included is the checklist for compliance with the zoning code 270-19 use restrictions, specific to dining patios. Also included is a sample menu and a two-dimensional drawing for the restaurant. And pursuant to 215-4, the building inspector shall verify the completeness and accuracy of the application. And we'll turn it over to Matt at some point. Thank you.
Solicitor, one clarification. You said a notice was mailed to residents within 200 feet, but it goes to all property owners, right? Not necessarily residents?
All property owners, correct.
Thank you.
And I wanted to clarify, I'm not sure if you said this or not, but the patio concept plan is actually two plans. Page A1, there's a black and red colored version, and there's also an A1 with a colorized version. So I just want to make sure those are highlighted to be exhibits in this hearing. With that, we'll move on to Matt Janis, Building and Licensing Supervisor, for his report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, may I ask a question, please, before we
Yes,
go?
sir.
Rather than asking Mr. Janis to read his report, which is typical, can we assume that it's read into the record and get to the substance of the report?
No.
It's up to you.
I'd rather he read it so that everybody can hear it.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I commend you on your long day that you've already experienced and your long day ahead. Before you today is application number 0124-01. It is a dining patio supplemental permit of compliance for the Summer House located at 228 Rehoboth Avenue in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971. This application is to permit an outdoor dining area located at Summer House, 228 Rehoboth Avenue, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Location and allowable spaces are shown on attached documentation. If approved, the space will work in conjunction with the previously approved restaurant permit of compliance and shall be revocable in part or whole. The following is a complete report for the application referenced above to be heard. Pursuant to Section 215-3, the applicant is Reagan Derrickson, 3 Patriots Way, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971. The name of the restaurant is Summer House. The restaurant is a table service establishment serving lunch and dinner. The restaurant is indeed located at 228 Rehoboth Avenue, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971. Contact information provided with Reagan Derrickson's contact number and the restaurant contact number as well. Pursuant to the plan submitted, the following is true. The property is indeed located at 228 Rehoboth Avenue, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, 19971. The structure is a one-story building with a proposed area for permanent seated dining in a C1 Central Commercial Zoning District. Pursuant to Section 270-13C3D, a restaurant serving alcoholic beverages is a permitted use. Pursuant to 215-1 definitions, the patio outdoor dining area spaces are as follows. There is no existing current patio associated with this restaurant. The applicant is proposing a patio addition of 991 square feet. I have actually calculated 990, so it's 1 square foot difference. The proposed seating total is 77 as the applicant submitted. I have calculated 77. The applicant has stated that the establishment's primary purpose shall be that of a restaurant. The applicant has stated that the approximate percentage of revenue between the sale of alcohol and food is 30% alcohol and 70% food. Authorization for the city to investigate is attached. Written and dated declaration by the applicant is attached. And the fee of $1,250 has been paid. Questions?
Thank you very much. I have 4 points I would like to bring up, but I'd like to do them after we've let the applicant introduce himself. Does anybody else up here have questions for the building inspector?
I do have a question. And it was why I asked for this to bypass the reading of this into the record. The question is, in your professional opinion, does the request meet the letter and spirit of our requirements?
The patio itself does meet the requirements for the restaurant use.
Thank you.
Just point of clarification, unless I misheard you, the patio space you said was 991?
It is 991 with the current submitted documentation that the designer is showing on their plans.
The only reason I ask is the printed copy, or the report I have shows 998. So
correct. There's some other stuff that potentially could be changed through this application, so I wanted to wait until.
Okay. That's called the tease in broadcast work. Okay,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All righty, then we're going to turn to the applicant and Reagan and Jay. Give your spiel and.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Matt, and thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Burns, ladies, gentlemen of the public. For the record, my name is Jay Becker, and I'm attorney with Hudson Jones, Jayrick and Fisher. I'm come here today on behalf of my client, Summer House Rehoboth LLC, whose principal and sole member, Reagan G. Derrickson, is next to me here. We also have with us Kyle Hamilton, who's the designer. He is with Design Delmarva. And at the end of my presentation, I'll keep it short, they'll be available to answer any questions. So, as Mr. Janis stated, my client is seeking a supplemental certificate of compliance pursuant to Section 215-3 and Section 270-19B of the Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach to construct a 990 or 91. It's interesting, actually. It initially was 998. After consultation with Mr. Janis, we changed a little bit to make sure there's plenty of margin, got it down to 990 or 991? 991. Yeah, it's a rounding disparity. If you're wondering what the difference is, it's a rounding issue. So it's between 990 and 991 is actually how it works out. Again, it's going to be adjacent to the current restaurant, the Summer House, on Lot 80, Rehoboth Avenue, and allow for the consumption of alcoholic beverages incidental to his restaurant service thereon. I'd like to formally incorporate, if I may, the application file into the record at this particular time. Mr. Burns correctly cited the relevant statutory provisions to govern this application. In the interest of time, I'm going to forego repeating them at this point in our presentation. I do want to focus, however, and perhaps restate the conditions set forth in Section 215-5B, which are required to issue a supplemental permit of compliance. That's because I'm going to try to address them as we go forward in my presentation. Again, and I will summarize them to keep it short. One, whether the applicant has demonstrated the primary purpose will be that of a restaurant. It goes on about dinner theater. We're not dealing with a dinner theater, it's a restaurant. Number two, whether the establishment meets all of the city's applicable zoning and licensing provisions. Three, whether the establishment will be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood and the city. Four, whether the establishment will have an adverse impact on the neighboring properties or on the city of Rehoboth Beach, considering the impact on traffic, parking, and noise. And five, whether the applicant has misstated anything or lied, frankly, in the application. It's longer, but that's the gist of that one. Previously, my client went before the Planning Commission of the city on January 12, 2024, and consolidated Lot 78, Rehoboth Avenue, and Lot 80 into one parcel, pursuant to Section 270-46.1 of the City of Rehoboth Beach's code. So again, just for the record, the two lots are in fact currently considered one parcel. In order to orient you, the Summer House Restaurant building, which bears the address at 228 Rehoboth Avenue, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, sits on Lot 78, which is the easterly of the two lots that comprise our parcel. Lot 80 is the westerly lot, which currently is unimproved. The lots are designated on a certain plot of lands of the Rehoboth Beach Camp Meeting Association of the Methodist Episcopal Church in Deed Book 84, page 602. I'm just getting the record. The now single parcel bears the Sussex County tax map and parcel number 334.14.17.321. The parcel is, as constituted, is 100 feet by 100 feet square. The parcel is zoned C1, central commercial zoning, and as Mr. Janis stated in his report, allows a restaurant with dining patio per 270.13C3D. Permits to construct the dining patio have been applied for and issued, so we believe that the proposed improvements have been found to be in compliance with the zoning codes of the city. I say this just in order to show that we've satisfied, I believe, 215.5B2, I'm sorry. I would ask the commissioners to kindly review the plot that I've submitted on February 9th, 2024. This is the colored one, if you will, to show. There you go. That plot was prepared by Design Delmarva, dated January 31, 2024, and is titled Summer House Patio Concept 230 Rehoboth Avenue Floor Plan. Not the most creative titles, but it works. Said plot shows the 991 square foot dining patio, which is of course less than the allowed 1,000 square feet, and which dining patio has seated dining for, I believe, 77 patrons. Is that correct? Yeah. The dining patio as configured has no standing room, and service will be to the seated patrons only. A full menu will be available to our diners at all times we are open, as our focus is and will continue to be that of a full-service restaurant deriving 70% of our gross proceeds from food, which we believe complies with Section 215.5B1. The proposed dining patio is enclosed by fencing and railing, 42 inches in height. You'll note that the presence of a 14-foot high marble fountain, which includes a 12-foot diameter catch basin water feature in the middle. The fountain, by the way, weighs 10,000 pounds dry. It's a whopper. We believe the fountain will provide ambiance to diners who, it is hoped, will enjoy the sound of cascading water as they dine, rather than the sound of traffic, which is constant at that point on Rehoboth Avenue. Per Section 270-19B of the City Code, there will be no outdoor speakers, no outdoor paging systems, no outdoor bar, no outdoor live entertainment on the dining patio. The dining patio will communicate with the restaurant by way of an automatically opening and closing door, kind of what you see in grocery stores, which will ensure that any music that may be playing inside will not exfiltrate to the dining patio or its surrounds. So we can represent that there will be no internal speakers pointing outside because, again, the door is going to be shut anyway. So that will represent as well as required. The only noise beyond conversation emitting from the dining patio should be the cascading water of the fountain. We contend that the foregoing demonstrates that we will not be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood or the city, and hopefully so satisfy 215(5)(b)(3). The plot also shows the creation of 4 new parking spaces and a loading space to the rear of the property. I don't know if you can see, but kind of over here as I'm circling. It is our expectation that this area will help in a very small way, admittedly, but will help to alleviate parking and traffic. We are one of the very few restaurants that's actually creating parking spots. We contend that this satisfies the requirement in 215(5)(b)(4). Finally, my client's sole member, Reagan Derrickson, has spent his entire life in Rehoboth Beach. He values relationships that he has made for over his lifetime with his community. He's not made any false statements to the city and is not aware of any allegations of such behavior. So we would argue we have also satisfied Section 215(5)(b)(5). We hope that the foregoing meets the Commissioner's approval. Since COVID, restaurant patrons have increasingly looked for outdoor dining spaces as concerns about fresh air have increased. We believe that not having outdoor dining would put us at a competitive disadvantage to other restaurants. We further believe that making the garden-like oasis with fountain and water feature will create a nice focal point for the city. It will benefit its residents and visitors alike. At this point, I'd like to reintroduce my client's principal, Reagan Derrickson, and ask that he be sworn in. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I swear.
There we go. I've watched a lot of TV, thank God. For the record, I'd like to ask Reagan first whether the factual representations that I've made in my presentation are true and correct to the best of your knowledge, and whether you'd like to make any corrections.
Everything is true and correct.
Thank you. In that case, can I ask you to adopt my presentation as your own testimony?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Would you like to elaborate any further on what I said?
I think Jay summed everything up perfectly in his presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this point.
Okay. At that point, I'll conclude, and we're available for any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have 4 points for Matt/you all that I'd like to share with you. And, considering, again, we've read the criteria, whether the establishment would be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood. One of the criteria is whether the establishment will have an adverse impact on the neighboring properties or on the city of Rehoboth Beach, considering the impact on traffic, parking, and noise. There's other code requirements also for commercial area, and that's the storage of refuse, that it needs to be screened and everything. So my points are going to cover different things. The first point I'd like to make note of is that you all have a landscaping between the sidewalk and the patio fence, which actually sits on and consumes city area there. Now, I would not be comfortable if you dug up the concrete and put plants in, because in the future, if the city manager decided it needed to get rid of that planting, or it was interfering with pedestrian access route, that then we've got to fill in concrete. So if we get that far, then maybe I would suggest planters. However, it seems to me the better solution is to shift your entire patio to the south by 3 feet, so that your plantings can be entirely on your city property. Have you contemplated that? Is there any problem?
There's an awkward space between my property line and your property that isn't concrete or sidewalk, it's just dirt. So the spot that we're talking about wouldn't be taking up any sidewalk, it would be actually beautifying the space in between mean us that's just sitting there dead right now.
So,
So you know how the summer house front door slants up to it? If you're familiar with that, that's the same thing that's continued all the way over, but then it becomes dirt. So your sidewalk wouldn't be touched at all. So the space that's from the patio I'm proposing and the sidewalk is just dirt right now that I'd like to make nice with planting and flowers.
okay, so that's one option. The other, is it still an option that you could move your patio back 3 feet?
Well, anything's an option, sir.
Huh?
Anything's an option, sir.
You're very amenable. My points get a little harder as I move forward. Thank you for that. The second is I'd just like to address the fountain there. It looks like you're competing with sister cities, and you're much bigger and marble, fancier fountain there. It should be gorgeous. What I wanted to do is just get on the record the interpretation by the city manager and the building inspector. I believe initially indicated that the fountain could not be excluded from the square feet, and now is there a different perspective on that now? Because this patio with the fountain in there is actually, about 1,113 square feet.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's actually 1,103 square feet without the fountain, with the fountain footprint included in the totality, minus the footprint of the fountain of the 113 square feet, you get the 990.
Okay.
So I guess it's up to you all if you choose to count the fountain as the square footage for the patio, which would then require further manipulation of that patio space to bring it down to the 1,000 square feet max. But it's certainly, your call, I believe.
Okay. Jay, I think you have a response.
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. Matt called me on my, I heard about it anyway on my drive back from Tennessee with my daughter looking at colleges. So I had a lot of time to look at the code on my phone and slowly go blind. Dining patio is defined in the code, but it's not the best definition. But the name is dining patio. The code, when you go a little further into it, says that that the dining patio has to have seated dining. So you can extrapolate that a dining patio is defined by seating. Obviously, there's no question that anyone's going to sit on top of a fountain. Now, it also references, forgive me for a second to find it real quick, section, two, give me a second, I'm coming. Pardon me, guys. There we go. So when you read the dining patio, it cross-references section 270-19A4. Section 270-19A4 talks about the sum of floor space devoted to permanent dining. This is talking about a regular restaurant, mind you, but it referenced the language. And the language says, the sum of floor space devoted to permanent seated dining area and bar area in any building shall not exceed 2,500 square feet. So when you talk about a building and its square footage, which again is analogous to the 1,000 patio, the building inside is the amount of floor space devoted to permanent seated dining area and bar area in any building not to exceed 2,500 square feet. Again, the code about dining patio says the gross area devoted to dining patio purposes shall be limited to 1,000 square feet per restaurant. So again, it's not a direct, but it's analogous. Now, add to that, I said, well, let's think about what else is going on in town. And I thought, well, what happened at Culture Pearl? Because you go on the second floor of Culture Pearl and there's a lagoon. And of course there's boardwalk, and it's beautiful. I really like it. My wife and I go there frequently. It's a great place. Susan's done really well there. But if you look at it, it's walkways going to little seated areas. And then there's the lagoon. I'm sure you've all been up there. Now, I said, let's pull that. So I talked to, and this might have been where Matt's change came. I asked Matt to pull that for me. A second, I'm going to find it. I promise I've got it. Well, I'll tell you while I look. Aha. Ann, is there a way to put this thing on this desk and project?
Yeah, we need all the paperwork.
Oh, we're going to do it. Can you make it bigger? There we go. So here is the patio. Culture Pearl. And if you look at it, of course, I don't have a color printer at my office because we're cheap. But if you look at all those little squares with the pathway, that was green. And that is what the city in their file declares is a patio for the Culture Pearl. Well, we're asking the same thing. This is a water feature. You will not be sitting in it, I promise. You wouldn't want to. And we contend it's no different than that water feature. It is not usable, not seatable space on a dining patio. Again, it is called a dining patio, not outdoor space, not porch. It is a dining patio. That is what the code says.
Very good.
Matt, Matt, can you please clarify your interpretation? Should the fountain be included or not included?
If we compare it to the provided example, it probably should not be included.
Okay. I accept that. I think we should move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And put my screen back up. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I wanted to make sure we were clear in that.
That's fair, thank you.
My third point is the parking spaces in the rear. We're looking at the rear of the property here. This is Martin's Lawn Alley in back here. You've got the parking spaces such that they overhang into the city right-of-way, and I don't think that's acceptable. It seems an easy matter of moving them forward, possibly.
Just explain that.
I'm Kyle Hamilton with Design Delmarva.
Would you like me sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Can I point with this? Okay.
No,
this line that's on the back here of the property line is the existing edge of pavement line based on the location survey by Marestone Consultants. The parking spaces that we would be required to have for parking in the city of Rehoboth is 9 by 18 parking spaces. If you see this dimension here, from the property line forward, 18 feet is where our parking spaces are. So our legal parking distance requirement is completely on the summer house property. It's just a matter of the existing edge of pavement is on this side, about 18 inches, on this side, a little over 2 feet from the edge of the property line.
all right. So what's confusing, I guess, are these little lines here.
I just did that because it's the same parking space, whether it goes forward or not, just to give a difference between the parking spaces. Yeah, no, we're not claiming the land. We're not doing anything with it.
Okay.
It's just a matter of, access and the pavement starts before the property line. Then going back to your point earlier, Ann, can you scroll that down? Is that you or me?
I don't have control.
Okay.
I have control.
Oh, okay. The landscaping along the front of this property, this line here is the existing edge of the sidewalk that exists today. The reason we showed landscaping there on city property is, like you said, if the city ever wants to come in there and do something, they're just ripping up landscaping and not ripping up patio or ripping up any of the seating that's on the private property there. That's all, right now, this is just dirt. The same thing exists on the front of this property as does on the back of this property. This is kind of the rare instance on Rehoboth Avenue where there's nothing there.
So essentially, you're improving city property for
Yeah.
free. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
And the south part, it's no different than a house on Henlopen or Columbia Avenue where you have to drive through a city encroachment to get to your parking
It's
spot.
no difference on property anywhere.
Makes sense.
And I'm sure there are properties in the city of Rehoboth that have 10 to 15 feet of space between the edge of the right-of-way and what would be the actual property parking space.
Thank you for the clarification.
Good, thank you very much. My fourth item is something, Reagan, I think you inherited by purchasing the summer house. It's something that I'm hoping that you would work with us to resolve. In my mind, it's a problem because the two dumpsters back there. That whole area is incredibly unsightly. You've got visible propane tanks, you've got two dumpsters, you've got some kind of air tanks back there. The two dumpsters currently sit in the city right-of-way. They seem to be problematic to me in that they appear to be placed behind you in the city right away again, but back to back, such that it looks like, I haven't seen it, but it looks like the first dumpster, the easterly dumpster, is accessed by the garbage truck going the proper way up the alley. And it looks to me like the second dumpster is accessed by the garbage truck going the wrong way down the one-way thing. I would suggest that one way to resolve this would be to move them onto your property over here somewhere and just relocate some parking spaces. You've got all this big area here. Maybe you can explain what that's intended for, but again, for me to read some of the rules with screened trash and some of the other rules for permanent compliance, I think this is something that needs to be addressed for me to support it.
Well, those dumpsters have been there for a long time, as you said. And on that road, it's not the only dumpsters. So other dumpsters came along because of the way the summer house had it for decades. So I would say, what about those dumpsters that are still on the service road? And what that does by taking it off the service road back there, it makes it, in moving it onto the property, as you're suggesting, makes it harder for the big trash trucks to pick it up. So it's very convenient the way it is now, and to move it into that space makes it hard for a truck of that size to manipulate to turn into the property I just bought to do what you're saying. I understand your concern. It's just everyone else is still there then, and I'm the only one that would be making improvements on it. So,
well, from my perspective, you have a way to resolve it that I think is very doable. This is the appropriate time to do it before some other structure gets built there. And yes, we are attentive. I am attentive to all the other ones down the alley, which some of those dumpsters, by example, at Dos Locos, they don't have any niche or recessed rear where they could push their dumpsters on, but we could certainly look at having them possibly screen it from view to comply with our one rule here. I'm not sure that even if we allowed you to have the dumpster, that you could put adequate screening there without interfering with the traffic lane in that area. So that's something I'm somewhat set on, and I just wanted to again bring up those 4 points. So,
is it something that we could talk about further in the soon future, instead of it's all on this right now without me properly having the time to look at the lot and see what would be the best and come up with a plan that makes sense so that I can facilitate it properly before it's parlayed into this approval?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, we could, somebody could offer a condition but otherwise, yeah, we could have you meet with the city manager and try to do something. If you understand, if you drive or walk down that alley, the entirety of the alley needs fix up. But here is an opportunity, and I think this is the first step to doing that.
Isn't that a different issue, though, than what we're talking about?
For me, it fits in with the permanent compliance.
In what way? Does that have to do with an
that
outdoor dining
It
patio?
interferes with traffic, the adverse impact on neighboring properties, considering the impact on traffic, parking, and
But isn't
But
the
they've been
issue
there.
in question the outdoor dining patio?
one at a time. Let Tim go, and then you can repeat.
Fine.
Go ahead, Don.
I just was going to say, isn't the question before us the outdoor dining patio?
Yes, but we have other criteria.
I understand, but those are related to the outdoor dining patio.
They're liable to be adding more trash because they're adding 1,000 square feet.
I understand. I guess my view on this is a very simple one, which is if there is a systemic problem in the alley, whether it's associated with Summer House or some other business, then it should be addressed in whole, not business by business. And I think, Mayor, I heard you say that there's an issue with the dumpsters at Dos Locos. Okay, well then maybe there's an issue in other places as well.
Oh, there are, absolutely. Up and
So
down.
I don't think we should penalize Summer House in their application for outdoor dining patio for something that seems to be a systemic alley issue. That's my only point.
I want to remind the commissioners that you're free to comment now, but this is a public hearing, and we will go to the public in a minute. Does anybody else have anything to say up here, or questions? Or
A couple of questions, if I may. Maybe it's just my eyes, but how are the wait staff going to access this area?
Let me, is that right here?
Correct. That's correct. That's the auto closing door I talked about in
Okay.
presentation. So they're going to go through there. Patrons and wait staff, correct?
Got it.
Yes.
And is there any design yet for lighting of this area in the evenings?
There's the patio itself within all the hardscaping has LED lights everywhere, and on the side of the building of the summer house now it's well lit with large outdoors lighting that's there, so the whole property is already lit right now.
Okay.
But we'll be adding the small LED soft lights around the whole hardscaping so the whole patio lights up.
And just curious, the front line there with the landscaping, is that on your property or is that on city property?
That's your property.
So would we require a licensing agreement for that? I'm just curious.
Well, I would say no, because that opens up a can of worms. We don't have any licensing for anybody. Sirocco has planters out there. Dinah Lingo's place has planters out in front of her place. There's places all up and down throughout town that we would then need to go do it. So I would say no, as long as everybody has the understanding that that is city property. And frankly, I think anything placed there would be at the pleasure of the city manager, that if he determines there's a problem with the pedestrian impact on the pedestrian access route, and he came to you to remove them, then you would do so. But otherwise, I don't see a need for a license agreement.
I mean, again, just trying to interpret the code as you have done with the deck or the dining patio. If others up here feel the same with that, I would appreciate, I guess, a letter of agreement, if you will, that can take place, or at the discretion, if there's, it basically pull the same language as exists in the licensing agreement now. And I understand we're all good friends and what have you, but I just, as things progress.
In the end, it's your the city's property. So even if I'm allowed to put plants and flowers on there, it's still your property. So if you want to do anything with it, it's yours.
So I guess my client's saying we'd be happy to enter into a letter of understanding.
Okay, even better. That's why you pay the attorney. And a couple other things, if I may, just anything's negotiable, but to follow up on the mayor's point of the dumpsters and the propane tanks, I don't know if there's any consideration, and just, you can talk about this later, but any consideration to doing buried propane tanks in the newly purchased property, just going forward?
I'm willing to, after this, sit down and talk about what's the best usage for the whole street there.
Sure.
And doing exactly that. I just want to make sure it makes sense. I don't want to talk blindly without having Kyle look at it and see what we can do to make it work across the board. But I'm open to make the town better in any way possible, the city better.
I think we all are.
Yes.
And is there any anticipated use that you have for the open grass yard in there at all?
Well, after this was a phase one idea to get this part going, because summer is coming. But the middle part, the idea is to put a building there for a commissary prep kitchen for the summer house because of the size of the current kitchen. But I wanted it to be in 2 phases, and things can be a process, so it just made sense to do this first and then work with Matt after this to develop phase 2. And I honestly, within phase 2, now we have something else to talk about as far as propane, trash, and everything else.
And utilities, all
Utilities,
of that? Okay. And is that like a year off, 2 years off, any budgetary issues?
I'm hoping to be back before all of you within hopefully 9 months.
Okay. And just the purpose of the walkways on either side of the green area there, is that just for access or for future access, or?
Well, the one on the west side is an easement, or setback that has to be in place. It requires it to be grass right now, even though I would love to make it a cobblestone or something a little nicer than the grass. But I think the code, and Matt can tell you this or not, it requires grass. And the other one, was just spacing there so you could have access on the Rehoboth Avenue side or the back for the walkway on there, the little space from the building.
And again, not as an aspect of approval or not, but I know that that particular piece of land has had some challenges with drainage and that type of thing. Is that being addressed with the design of the studio, or the patio area?
Yeah, there is definitely some drainage issues with the property. Luckily, for the most part, everything is draining on into his property as opposed to draining out across the sidewalk or across the alley in the back, or the neighbor's property to the west. Currently, we're sloping all of the patio to the back section of the property with a little bit on the right, over on the right-hand side, or on the western side, with those stairs going towards that open grass walkway that's on the side. And that landscaping bed that's along the back side of the patio there will all end up being
Dry well? A dry well?
Yeah, for lack of better words, yeah, dry well through that landscaping and any future additions in phase 2.
And this is all impervious surface?
It's impervious. It's yeah, paver. Yeah, pavers are impervious.
Correct.
I mean, they're pavers. They're going to have some permeability to them. It's not like it's solid concrete, but it is a impervious surface.
Okay, thank you very much.
On the hardscaping, there's a 1/2 inch between each tile for that reason.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else up here?
For the public.
Well, again, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to speak for, against, or just any comments? Jane Conacy after Walter.
Good afternoon. Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. I noticed you even put in a nice new electric service. You spent a lot of money. One of the other things I noticed was that nice lighting on the side of the building that shines towards the neighbors. It is not aimed down, something that needs to be corrected. It should not be an irritation to another person in the windows. We went through, and I'd never been into agave, still have not. We went through the discussion about dumpsters, et cetera, and I agree with just about all the mayor's comments. No disrespect, Mr. Gossett, but not everything is negotiable here. You got rules that you're supposed to comply with, and there is a solution to the dumpster. But let's first of all back up that there's 2 trailers, one on each side of the building, that are used for additional storage. So in my mind, and now you pop in with a building that can't be in front of the new electric service unless it's 36 inches out, but you could have dumpsters that are not ground mounted, that are on rollers like they did at Nicola, where they roll them out to the street, and then you don't have to worry about the truck coming in at an angle or where it would possibly back in. I guess that's the senior center behind it. But the dumpsters are a biggie, and so are the gas tanks. And I don't know, and I tell you from professionally, that the fire marshal's office has comments in this. They're places of public assembly, and the fire marshals ought to bless it. And because of eminent domain, the city of Rehoboth will be doing the inspection on the building and part of the fire marshal's job, but the state needs to bless these plans, and I don't know that you have that yet.
Thank you, Walter. Jane Conacy.
Jane Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. I, first of all, want to thank Commissioner Sharp. I also had great concerns about the posting of a complex group of legal documents late yesterday afternoon for discussion today, and frankly asked that you postpone that discussion. But on this issue, back in, I think it was the fall of 2019, most of you were not here, when Agave owned that piece of land. And I brought in a lot of pictures of the whole alley with all the dumpsters and the tanks and everything. And it was, I mean, things were overflowing. It was a god-awful mess. And Pat Caluzzi and Dick Byrne were, we thought we would try and see if we could resolve that. And then, as you all know, Agave blew up and the guy stormed out and, you know, all those things that happened. Anyway, so Pat and I met that March after the holidays and to go through and see what we could do. She had talked to a lot of the restaurant owners and had some ideas. And we met, and 3 days later, the whole world closed down for COVID. So we never got to follow through on this kind of beautification of the alley behind those restaurants and what the options would be. Some of them may be moving it over towards the senior center, Martin's Lawn, lots of different options. So it isn't a new issue, you know, and it's one that we thought there were a lot of opportunities for use of that land in better ways, even use of the city land if we could get them enclosed. And but again, COVID happened, and you know, in our life, a tornado happened, and Pat wasn't on the city commission anymore, and lots of things happened. So I'm glad to see that, you know, that Mayor Mills is concerned about it, and that you all are, and that maybe we can do something about it now. And I also have been friends with the Williams who owned that property, and when Mr. Williams has a garden on there, there was never a drainage problem.
Thank you, Jan. Carol, did you, Carol and then Sam, and then who?
Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to speak in support of this. It's a wonderful addition to the city, and you've heard me say this before, but I'm going to say it again. They come for the beach, that's true. But we are the culinary capital on the culinary coast. There's no doubt about it. And this outdoor dining, I can't tell you how many calls we get about where is it, how many is there, do you have pictures? It's a big hit for your visitation, which feeds your meters.
Thank you, Carol. Sam?
Thank you. Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. Mr. Jackson, if you want to do what you say you do, I support your application. I think it looks like a great project. So I would, couple of comments though, and Commissioner Preston, I'm sure you didn't mean it, but I don't think it's proper to ask the building official whether this proposal meets the spirit and the letter of the law. That's what the commissioners are here to determine, whether this meets the spirit of the code, which is, does it impact traffic and all those things. And his opinion doesn't mean a damn thing when it comes to that. Again, I'm sure you didn't mean it that way, but for the future.
Just to respond to that quickly, I was asking him his opinion associated with his responsibilities. I was, because his report, let me finish, because his report is a factual report without an opinion. So I was asking for an opinion.
Okay.
I was.
Let's go ahead.
As to the plantings along the front there, if they're not required under the ordinance, then I think it's fine for him to plant them there. And you know, don't make too big a deal out of it. If somebody wants to get a letter from him saying, I realize I'm planting these on the city, and the city will probably never be able to find that letter when it becomes an issue. But I do totally agree with you, Stan, that those dumpsters and anything else in the city right away back there needs to be taken out. This is the time to do that. When somebody comes in, has the land to do it, that's the time to clean it up. The grand schemes of clearing the whole alley that never, ever, ever, ever will happen. But if you do it one project at a time, you might get it done in the next 50 or 100 years. So I appreciate your representations, and I think you intend to carry through with it, but if you want to make it a condition, then that's good too. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Sam. Name and relationship to the city.
My name is Craig Crick.
lived here for a long time. I don't know if any of you know me, but I'm here actually in support of the project that Mr. Derrickson is putting forth. My family actually owned and operated the summer house from 1983 until about 2005. So I've been a part of the summer house and Rehoboth Beach for a long time. I've seen all different phases of the summer house, up and down, different ownerships and what it's been. I don't know if any of you know, but the summer house was opened in 1977 here, and a lot of people consider it a local landmark. It's been around for a long time, kind of like Nicola's and a bunch of other places. And I know Reagan personally, and when the opportunity came up for him to purchase a summer house, he was very excited because he wanted to be a part of something that's been a part of the city for so long. And he wanted to take it and kind of rescue it and bring it back to its former glory. So I think some of the ideas he has is bringing that, but also taking it to the next step. He's done a great job of blending the history of the summer house with a new vision and the outdoor dining. As Carol said, most people are looking for outdoor dining these days. I know when my wife and I go out to eat, we try to find somewhere outside, whether it be from COVID hangover or just pleasantness of having a nice dinner outside. So I think it's a great addition to the town. I mean, I've been in this town for over 40 years now, and I've seen all the improvements and things that have come and gone, things that have worked and haven't worked. This is definitely a positive thing for us. I think it will look nice. It'll provide another avenue for someone to go out and enjoy what we have here. There aren't too many locals, I think, that have been here that haven't either worked at the summer house or been in there for dinner or had a cocktail or something that affected their life in one way or another. I think this project's just going to make it more enjoyable for everyone to come see. I wasn't prepared to talk about the dumpsters, but since it was brought up, I will. Those dumpsters have been there. I know they were there before my family took over the restaurant. Not to say that it's the right thing for it to be there, just because it's been there, you can't work to fix it. But holding up a new idea to bring something pleasant to the city over a problem that's been with us for over 40 years seems a little short-sighted. I think the better avenue would be for the commissioners to get with all the restaurants on the avenue and find a solution for all of them. You don't want to penalize one person for having a great vision to help the city just because he's the new person with the vision. I think you look at the whole apple cart and fix it together. That's it. So I think the commissioners should approve this because I think it'd be great for locals, tourists, the businesses. People are going to love seeing the fountain. It's a good thing to have.
Thank you, Mr. Crick. That deserves a few free dinners, doesn't it? Carolyn, come ahead.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I too agree that it's a great project. I look for places to eat outdoors. And I'm just going to echo what the previous speaker said about the dumpsters. I think there's a lot of places in this town where dumpsters and alleys need to be looked at, and to hold up their project for this, I don't think is the right thing to do. I like that they have a second phase and can potentially take care of some of it during that second phase, but I would not hold up this piece for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? This is a public hearing. If not, then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners. I have a few comments, and then if anybody else does, they can comment or entertain a motion. In terms of the whole, my preference would be that the motion includes two things. One is include something about a letter of agreement to put the garden in the front on city property. But more important to me, I would like to see a condition that says requirement that the dumpsters be removed from the city right of way. Why? Because this is the opportunity to do it. When you condition it, you don't have to hold the project up. You're not saying hold it up. But if you don't start somewhere, it will never be done. And I was around with Agave when they designed their building for 100% of the lot coverage. And so therefore their only place to put their dumpsters and propane tanks was in the alley on city property. And that was just wrong, in my opinion. And I know that at that point, Pat and some others started looking at other opportunities for what to do with dumpsters. And they looked at across from Summer House. Well, you're shaking your head. That to me was a terrible idea too, because that's all of our trees are there, and that's city property. So I disagree with that. I think that this is an opportunity where you've got vacant land there that's able to contain the dumpsters, and that's what should happen. Anyhow, get off my soapbox and turn it over to the commissioners.
I have a, go ahead.
I just have a clarification. I'm very much in support of this beautification and this project. To start with, I just want to understand, just for institutional memory, you're talking about if we don't start now, it'll never happen. Does that mean there's never, ever been a previous opportunity to do this before in any other property?
Can you specify what you mean?
I mean, if the dumpsters have been there and everybody's acknowledging this has been a problem forever, is this the very first time? I'm trying to get to, we're starting now. Does that mean we've never even attempted to do anything about this alleyway with any other individual property owner?
I don't believe so. And I think why the opportunity is here, like it was for Agave, is that we're starting with a blank canvas. We've got an empty lot next door. None of the others have empty lots and places to put things.
But Mayor, sorry, just on this point, if the others don't have a place to put it, it feels like we're penalizing Summer House for what is a systemic issue along an alleyway. And it doesn't, while we all might agree, and certainly I do agree, that not seeing a bunch of dumpsters along the alleyway would be the best option. We're still going to see a bunch of dumpsters along the alleyway, with the exception of maybe Summer House. That's what I hear you saying is okay. And to me, that is not a solution to the bigger problem of the entire alleyway. I think we should take the advice of Ms. Conacy and look at this more holistically.
Well, I did indicate earlier that my desire was to start here and to take a look at all the rest of them, which we might be able to hide behind a screening, which again is a city requirement. It's just never been enforced. So anyhow, I've had my piece. Does anybody want to?
Yeah, I've got a question for Mr. Derrickson. Do you acknowledge that the land on the northern side where you propose putting plantings is city property and we can remove them at any time?
Yes.
And do you agree that you would work with the city to see if there's a reasonable way that you could move the dumpsters if that works?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to make a motion that we grant a dining patio supplement permit of compliance for Summer House Rehoboth LLC. I find the following to be true. The proper application for a dining patio supplemental permit of compliance has been filed. The proper fee has been paid. That the proper notifications have been made. That all parties wishing to be heard have been heard. That the primary purpose is that of a restaurant based on their application and menu submitted. That the dining patio meets the city's applicable zoning and licensing provisions. That the dining patio would not be a detriment to the peace, order, and quiet of the city, of the neighborhood and the city. That the dining patio will not have any adverse impact on neighboring properties or on the city of Rehoboth Beach, considering the impact on traffic, parking, and noise. That the applicant has made no false statements to city employees or the commissioners. Therefore, I make a motion that the city manager issue the applicants a supplemental permit of compliance for the operation of a dining patio to be associated with the restaurant Summer House. And I make that motion with no conditions.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Don Preston to grant a dining patio supplemental permit of compliance for the restaurant known as Summer House. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Commissioner Don Preston?
Aye.
Commissioner Tony Sharp?
Aye.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski?
Aye.
Commissioner Patrick Gossett?
Aye.
Commissioner Tim Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Bunky Markert?
Aye.
And the chair's going to vote aye while he's thinking no, just because I don't think it'll do any good. But I'm just you know my desire to clean up that back area there. So I've said, with that, is a unanimous yes for your permitted compliance. If you're smart, you'll take off now, because
Thank you very much, and I
Thank you
will
all.
actually, first thing, I'll talk with Kyle and see what we can do to move it without you wanting it. I'll just do it. We'll get it
Well,
done.
and before you leave, I would like to compliment you. Lately, we've been getting some fantastic submittals. The drawings are nice and engineered and show all the colorizations and everything, which is actually a requirement, but more and more places are finally adhering to that. And it makes it much clearer and easier to read. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, when do you think you'll be ready for patrons?
I don't want to, you know. Hopefully, by summer would be the best case
Summer,
scenario.
thank you. At the summer house. Got it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask, if we were to embark on a discussion at our next workshop regarding possibility of developing some kind of plan for
Clean up of the alley,
clean
you
up to
mean?
the alleys or the dumpsters in question, or however. I mean, I think it
Put
would
that
probably
on
would-
a future agenda.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. With that, we're going to move to our next item of business, which is to consider a request by the Rehoboth Beach Public Library Board to modify deed restrictions relating to the land commonly known as the location of the Rehoboth Beach Public Library, and more specifically as described in Sussex County Tax Map parcel numbers as listed in the agenda for the purpose of reconfiguring the interior space there. Kay, I see you're here, and anybody else that's representing you, feel free to come up to the podium. I'd like to kind of approach this methodically. I think the first thing I'd like to do is reiterate and identify the slides that show the area we're talking about in the library, and then we'll move on from there. So here's a front picture of the library. What we've been talking about, of course, there's Summer House on the one side with the vacant lot waiting for a new patio to put on there. And then on the other side, Bloody Mary's shop. This is what I really wanted to show. We verbalized this at the last meeting. We're talking about the entirety of the library here. The easternmost lot facing the ocean is lot 72, and the middle is lot 74, and lot 76 is the lot closest to the summer house. The lot that was acquired from the city donating it to the library is lot 76. This is kind of the same depiction from the front. The lines are hard to look at because of the camera skewed perspective. But again, the proposed new library footprint consumes lots 72 and 74, and lot 76 is the original lot acquired through donation of the city. What I'd like to do is go to Alex, and if you talk and remind us about how the library came to get lot 76, and what the conditions were if lot 76 ceased to be a library.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to 1992, the city conditionally conveyed Lot 76 to the library, and that was reflected in a 1993 deed. And now the library's proposal is, I'm happy to discuss those 1990s agreements, but now the library is proposing releasing Lot 76 from those restrictions and placing similar restrictions on the other two lots, 74 and 72. So that is essentially what the agreement is. As you can see, there are some red line edits from the last meeting. I'm happy to go through those edits, especially considering that Jay and I were going back and forth with some edits up until just a couple days ago. So that's the overview of the proposal, and it's coming from the library, so I'll let you guys speak to it as much as you want.
Would you like to address us, and then it'll come back to us, and we'll talk about the revised agreement?
Mayor, before we do that,
yes.
Could I just get a grounding here, not on the details that we've already seen and talked about multiple times, but I'm curious about the following. We have an embedded letter in our agenda from Susan Stewart, who it notes that she has an unknown address. I just want to make sure and go on the record. She is a member of our Planning Commission and a full-time resident of the city of Rehoboth. She raised a number of questions. This document was not posted until 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon. And I personally do not feel this is appropriate because I don't see any answers to her questions. She's raised several. This is not directed at the library at all. This is one of our constituents. And so we have yet to talk about or gather the answers to the questions. I also wanted to understand if I believe former Mayor Sam Cooper's name is on a number of these original documents. And I wanted to know if we had reached out to him about this particular swap, and if so, where is that in writing? The third thing is, have we reached out to a land use attorney? And if so, am I missing a document? Because I have to be very, very honest. Items that were posted as late as they were, I did not even consider them because of what I've already stated about how that is not the way to have a transparent discussion, and it telegraphs to our citizens that we're really not interested in them knowing what's going on ahead of time. We gave them less than 12 hours, or a little bit more than 12 hours, and I just find that absurd. So I have more questions with no answers, and if you've given me an answer, apparently I cannot understand the complexity of the answer in order to answer questions from constituents. So bottom line for me is there's too much that's unanswered.
Yeah, you're testing my memory. Let's see. Number one is you see no response to Susan Stewart's questions, and I don't know that anybody would do that.
Mayor, it's
yeah.
not an answer to Susan Stewart. It is the answer to one of the questions. One of her questions is the same question I asked the last time this thing was on the agenda, which is, how does this really benefit the city? And I continue to hear two different answers or different types of answers based on the kind of question that's formulated. And this whole thing for me as a commissioner is a game of figure out how to ask the right question and maybe you'll get an answer. And I don't think that's the way to do business. And I'm really quite aggravated, as you know, about the lateness of all these documents and the insult to our constituents of there's a 7-day window, and this is just not acceptable to me.
Mayor, I have substantive questions, and I can ask it now or I can hold it.
Whoever's next, go ahead.
This is a question for the city solicitor and perhaps the library attorney. I don't know, but Alex, you can decide. On page 2 of 10 and 3 of 10 of the agreement, on page 2 of 10, starting line 48, it says, in part, should the library or its successor or assigned cease to use lot 72, lot 74, both exclusively as a public library as aforesaid, both lots 72 and 74, and all improvements thereon shall, upon happening of such event, meaning the decision to not be a library, immediately and automatically be conveyed to the city and its successor or assigns, together with the right of immediate possession of such property in exchange for $1. That makes sense. I get it. On page 3 of 10, starting line 69, it
Same
says...
document,
Same document, next page.
69.
Pardon me?
What line?
Trying to
Starting
follow.
line 69, yes.
Right here.
It says, should the library or successor or assigns wish to sell lot 76 together with lot 72, 74, both lot 72 and 74, and any other acquired adjacent land as a single unit in the future, it shall give the city written notice of the terms, and the city shall have 180 days from receipt of the said notice to elect to purchase the tracts on the same terms and conditions. And it goes further to talk about the sale price. That, to me, is a right of first refusal. The challenge here is, in line 69, this particular page, 3 of 10, it is implicit to me that in this, the library would have already made a decision not to be a library. You can't make the decision to sell the property without having first made the decision not to be the library. So can you explain to me how these two provisions can sit in the same document and not be discordant?
Sure. Thank you. And Jay, feel free to jump in if you'd like at any point. So the first provision that you talked about was where if they stop using it as a library, and what you're saying is that there'd be a period of time where they know they're going to do that. And that's a good point, because the second provision on page 3 that you mentioned references the fact that there's a right of first refusal. And I think part of that confusion might be coming from the fact that the earlier documents use the term reversion or revert. And speaking with Jay and speaking with some other attorneys, that's not an appropriate term to use in these documents.
But it's still in here.
Sorry?
It's still in here on line 43.
Line 43.
Page 2. Rights of reverter.
So that's referring to releasing lot 76 from the rights of reverter.
I understand.
Yeah.
But the reference to reverter is still in here. That's
correct.
I get your point.
Yeah, so in the 1992 document, the city was conveying conditionally, and the city was conditioning that on the option to revert back.
I understand.
Is that what you read of this?
That's correct. So the revert, of course, you have to come from somewhere to go back to there. So the city deeds it to them, the reverter is to go back to the city. Not the case with these other two lots. You can't use the reverter word because they weren't conveyed the same way. They don't have the same chain.
So very, very, very simply, Alex, my point is, on page 2, the library would have made a decision not to be a library. On page 3, and on page 2, sorry, the library would have made a decision not to be a library. The value of that property would automatically be conveyed to the city for the price of $1. On page 3, the library would have made a decision not to be a library. And then we get to pay fair market value for the property. These two things cannot sit side by side. They are discordant.
You said we pay?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. In the second instance, where the library chooses to sell the property. But remember, Mayor, before you can decide to sell a property, you have consciously made a decision to stop being a library.
But you haven't necessarily stopped being a library. You're exploring
options.
options.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say you're exploring options. It says you've decided to sell it.
Decided to explore it, yeah.
No, it doesn't say explore. It says wishes to sell.
And I was under, to the commissioner's point, I was under the understanding in our last meeting that we were getting these 2 lots, should they not be a library anymore, for no cash. And I think everybody affirmed that. And this says something different.
It does say something.
So what is it in plain English?
If recollection, and forgive me, by the way, I think I explained it to the mayor when I came here this morning. I actually wasn't aware of this hearing until I was talking, Alex called me, and I thought we were talking about the summer house. He said, I'll see you on Friday. And I said, oh, absolutely, I'll be here for the summer house. He said, oh, well, how about the library? I said, didn't know it was happening. And I said, but there's no way in heck I can run past everybody out the door and not stick around. So I'm kind of here, but forgive me, I have not specifically prepared for this transaction. I've been asked to try to help where I can. The way, and Alex, shoot me down if I'm wrong on this thing. Give you a little bit of history first. These documents were drafted some time ago. Honestly, they're unwieldy as they were originally drafted.
Sorry, repeat that?
They're unwieldy as originally drafted.
Okay.
Yeah, they're unwieldy. And Alex's and my task were to try to convert those 2 documents in such a way that the only legitimate change would be, instead of the city essentially being secured, if you will, by the westernmost lot, right, in the building, they would flip so that way they would get the 2 easterly lots. Then the conversation came into play that the value of the easterly 2 lots is mostly in the lot value. And the city, I think in the view, as we were discussing it, if this were to happen, as opposed to the original document, the city would benefit financially because, quite frankly, the value of the lots is significantly higher than the value of 1 lot with that building there. So we thought we would equalize it somewhat and say, okay, if this sale goes through, they'll get the value of the land, which is the lion's share of the land on those 2 lots. But the value when it's sold of the improvements would go to the library. That was kind of the theory. So before they got the lot and the land, or the lot in the building, now they've got to get the value of the 2 lots. That was the intention, is trying to equalize it in that way. The city, I think, still wins significantly. I don't think anybody in here believes that the value of 1 lot with, frankly, an old building on it is anywhere near the value of 2 lots on Rehoboth Avenue. Maybe people disagree with me, but I don't think so. So that's the spirit of the darn thing. So having figured out so that was the tall order. And then the desire was to try to change the documents as little as humanly possible so as to, frankly, so that way they would not confuse or cause chaos. Again, the underlying problem being is the original documents, frankly, it caused chaos and I think were somewhat confusing. So the documents such as they've been drafted, we had to change the word of reverter to conveyance because, again, there is no reversion because it's not going back to the original ownership, if you will. So and we've been going back and forth in terms of needing it up quite a bit, and Alex has been very, very good to work with, I might add, in terms of responsiveness and everything else. But the last change, as far as I know, was last week, and I think one of the board members of the library pointed out that the description on the original document, by the way, the library was inaccurate in terms of its status as a stock corporation, and we thought we better fix that so that we were actually binding the library properly, which is a whole different issue, which that's not a stone I'm turning over right now. But we corrected that. That was the most recent change as far as I know. Alex and I talked, I think it was Monday or so about, and he said he'd flipped that one. So that's the procedural history, if you will, as far as the workup on the document, and that's the intent of the document.
Did I understand you clearly at the beginning of your conversation?
Sure.
That maybe we should start over again with a brand new clean document?
Well, I mean, quite frankly, I don't think Alex or I, either one of us, likes the thing, to be honest with you, because, again, the document as originally drafted was not great. I mean, I had to clean up significantly the descriptions and everything else because they just weren't good. There's even, again, we're not going that route, but the enforceability may have been a little screwy to begin with, to be honest with you. These things are enforceable, by the way. I feel good about that. But you know, they're cut from someone else's cloth. I think Alex will agree with me on that.
Yeah, I know that, Jay, you saying that you were under direction to keep it as similar as possible to the way it was, and it's not the most clear document as it existed when it was first drafted in the 90s. But Commissioner Preston, to answer or attempt to answer part of your question, going back to the 1992 agreement, those two provisions are reflected in that agreement for Lot 76. So perhaps they are not ideal, but we were trying to track what existed.
I mean, I just think that they put the city in a terrible position. In the one instance we get, should the library decide not to be a library, we get the value of the 2 lots for $1. In the second instance, if the library decides to not be a library and to sell the properties, we get to pay the fair market value for the properties.
No, that's not right.
Of the buildings.
Not the lots.
Not the lots.
lots comes back to the city from the sale.
And that's only if we choose. The document seems fine to me.
It says, should the so please bear with me, and I may be completely dense here.
What
It
line are
says,
you reading from?
I'm sorry, page 3, line 69, again, it says, should the library wish to sell the lots, somebody said buildings, it doesn't say buildings, it says the lots,
Correct.
or any acquired adjacent land as a single unit in the future, it shall give the city written notice of the terms, and the city shall have 180 days to elect to purchase the tracts, that's not buildings, that's land, on the same terms and conditions.
Yeah, but the next line says, in such an event, the sales price shall be reduced by the fair market of the unimproved value of both lots 72 and 74.
Yes.
So that means, in other words, you can buy the land, or the buildings only, but the land is a freebie in the transaction, if you will.
Shall be reduced.
Shall be reduced by the value of the land.
Okay.
You've
Yeah.
got me totally confused. I think
The
you
sale
need to start
price
over,
shall
frankly,
be
with a
reduced
clean
by the
sheet of paper, because
numbers.
the way I read it, if the library ceases to use lot 72 and/or 74 as a library, then they get conveyed back to us, including all improvements. So I'm reading that.
That's if we walk away.
Kay Wheatley for the library.
Yep.
Let me just try to give a little clarity. I don't know if I can succeed or not. One, we asked Jay to try to keep the document as similar as it was, but eventually to clean up from our workshop meeting, or your workshop meeting, the lot numbers, okay? And part of our intent with that was because, I don't know who drew up the first agreement, but Jay has shared numerous times, whoever did it didn't do a good job. And I told me that Alex agreed with him.
I think what I said is didn't do the job I would do.
Right. Which would be a good job. And so we were trying to just keep it as similar as it was, since it was a document that I believe came from the city in the 90s, which none of us were, I mean, we were all around then, but weren't here. And to try to keep any confusion from happening, which obviously that didn't work. The other thing, when we were drawing it up, and I called Jay and I said, you know, we're willing to give the value of the 2 lots for the exchange of the agreement from 1 lot to 2 lots. To give the value for 2. And he goes, you're just giving them an extra lot. And I said, yeah. And our hope was that that would also show our intent, no, excuse me, I'm sorry, our, what's the right word?
Guarantee.
Our guarantee to stay downtown with a library, so that none of us know what's going to happen in the future. We are guaranteeing, under normal circumstances, we are staying here. And we were hoping by giving you 2 lots instead of 1 lot, it would help show that we were guaranteeing that we were staying here. And when it comes to the legalese, we've left that up to these 2 gentlemen.
So
I think we all can agree on the spirit here. I think a little nuance in the legal language.
And quite honestly, I was hoping that it would pass today. It doesn't. I don't know what you guys are going to do, because we're anxious to get the design going, and because I had guaranteed that we wouldn't do that.
Well,
we've had no movement.
You very well may be anxious, but as a commissioner, I cannot explain this to constituents who are calling and saying, what is going on? Plus, in the last meeting, I talked about and was acknowledged by the gentleman, Kay, that was with you, I believe.
James Berry.
Yes. That we need something in English so that it's very easy to understand, because I grant you, this feels quite complex. Maybe it isn't to someone who has a different background than I do, but I feel like I'm much like many of our constituents in town. And if I can't understand it, if I can't explain it, well, first of all, I certainly won't vote for it, because that would be irresponsible. But I thought we were going to come back today and have a better early posted, because I think we ought to take the time that we need to do this right, so people don't make accusations. Who's trying to pull what on who?
Right.
Well, one of the things that we typically do when we draft our own ordinances, at the very bottom, we have a synopsis. So it's very, very condensed. What does this mean? How do you interpret what's above it? Maybe we need to start with that synopsis.
I think you
and
need
then
some
clean the thing
whereases.
up so that we better know. And that way we have talking points.
The bottom line is nobody's trying to get anything over on anybody. We're trying.
But Kay, I hear you saying that. Our constituents
may I
who are
finish?
not as close as we all are to this, they don't understand.
I've gotten calls too. Yes. And when I say to them, we are trying to make sure that we are being fair to everybody. We are keeping a library downtown. We are swapping 1 lot that the building is on 3 lots. We have an agreement with the town for the lot closest to the summer house. We are asking to switch that agreement from 1 lot to 2 lots and keep the library operating on the 2 lots.
And I think if we have a legal document that reflects that, and has maybe some whereases and preambles that sort of explain how we got to this point, I think that would be helpful in some way.
Let me ask if there's any consensus or agreement. I know it's what have you, but are we as a group here comfortable with the deed restrictions as provided for originally on lot 76?
The ones created back in 93?
Correct, yeah. Not necessarily the language, but the concept or the spirit, if you will, of that document.
I believe so.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would want to ask Mayor Cooper, who was involved in this in 1993, if he's satisfied.
Satisfied with?
The spirit of what that...
I voted for it, so I guess if I said I wasn't, I...
Well,
Okay.
you might have changed your mind since
Okay.
then, I don't know.
So trying to move that forward, if I may, that if we charge our attorneys here, that the parties desire to place new deed restrictions on Lot 72 and Lot 74, which impose on those parcels the same restrictions as previously were imposed on Lot 76 in the 1992 agreement and the 1993 deed, so that those parcels are hereinafter restricted by the below deed restrictions. So is that kind of the spirit or the content? We're just moving one to the other. Is that?
I mean, I think that's what this document is.
Well,
is doing.
I don't disagree with you, but there seems to be,
Okay,
there
then-
seems to
then
be a lot of
every-
confusion.
Every constituent, every call goes right here to Edward.
Okay.
And you can explain it.
Lynn, where's Lynn?
And not to use a legalese, but this document is rather clunky.
Well, and I don't disagree with the clunkiness. Again, the question you asked was, are you satisfied with the old document? If the answer is yes, well, we used the same terms. We changed reverter to conveyed, but it's the same document. It's harder, it may be earth-shattering or not earth-shattering, it may be confusing. It is boggling, by the way. I have a hard time doing it myself, and I admit that right now. But it's the same. So if what you're asking, I wasn't aware of the workshop, so forgive me, guys, I just didn't know. But yeah, I could probably, I mean, I'm sure that Alex and I work, I think, pretty well together, frankly, and I would not be worried about redrafting it in English, to use the phrase. That's been the goal of the law for a long time. But I also know, again, those documents, I think, do actually do it, and I know that the chamber is I think, running into some timelines on grants, or the live, sorry. Kay and I are in the chamber board together, so when I see her, I think chamber, I apologize. So I think the chamber, I think the library is in some timeline issues as far as grants and what have you. So that's my only reservation, but I don't know much about it beyond that.
Well, we want everybody to be comfortable with stuff, but all we're trying to do is have a library downtown that's on the 2 lots.
Can we go to the public?
Mayor, I'd like to just say three quick things. One, Jay, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Had I had more time to review this, I probably would have caught that.
No worries. It's not easy.
But I didn't. In fact, I got it from Ann just a few minutes ago to review. I do think this is clunky.
Agreed.
And subject to possible misinterpretation.
Or confusion.
Or both.
Yeah.
So my view is we should take the time we need to make it not clunky and ask our attorneys to work as fast as they can to do so.
Thank you, John. Can we go to the members of the public? Does anybody up here have anything more to say? Anybody out there like to offer anything? Sam and then Jan.
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street. I think it's more than clunky. In fact, I don't understand why you need 2 documents to accomplish this. That seems a bit, and for one, I'm not an attorney. I get all my legal advice from Walter, so. On the agreement to release existing deed restrictions, tell me, it says now, therefore, for $1 lawful currency of the United States of America and other good and valuable consideration, the recipient and sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged, the parties here to agree. Who's paying $1?
It's a nominal consideration.
I know it is, but is it the cities or is it the libraries? I don't think you don't need to have $1 in here to have a contract.
Well,
Because both parties have a benefit from this.
I think frankly it's a standard A, it was from the old documents, number 1, which were approved back in the day, so we kept it. B, it's also absolutely standard in legal documents to have a $1 nominal consideration. Frankly, does the $1 ever get passed? No.
Who's paying the $1, Jay?
Theoretically, the city pays $1.
The city pays $1.
I've never seen it happen in 26 years of practice.
So you're saying that the city's the recipient here?
Well, I guess I should, but I guess I should
Because they're paying
Sam,
$1 to the
Sam,
library.
I guess before I go too deep into that is ask where you're reading. Because you started reading, I'm not sure where you are, and I apologize.
I'm on lines 50, starting at 51, on agreement to release existing deed restrictions on a parcel in place.
Let me get to you, Sam. Forgive me.
Is this where you on the screen?
So 51, you said, Sam?
Down here?
Thank you.
No, the other document, I think.
Receipt sufficiency, which is hereby acknowledged part of.
This is the old one. He's reading the
What
old one.
document?
Oh, Yeah, it's actually paid to each other. You're getting a buck, you're giving a buck.
This one? This one?
It's a mutual exchange.
Walter. Help me. No. I guess, you know, I just pulled this up an hour before I came here, so, you know, I read through it real quick. I found it interesting that you added or its successors or signs when it comes to the library, when it seems like the other wording kind of specifically prohibits that for the assignment of the property and or change of form of ownership, or can't go to the county, can't go to the state. It's
if they ever change the structure of their corporation for whatever reasons.
Well, let's say that.
To give you an idea, that's the intent. So, like for instance, if it's an LLC and then perhaps maybe for whatever tax reasons it needs to go to an S corp, it's actually happened once in the history of the library. In fact, that's what we were picking up on Friday was changing the
let's add a paragraph that says that, and you know,
successor corporations. That's fine.
And get rid of that language throughout there, and just say something at the end that if the library finds it's necessary to change its form of owner, or, you know, that what essentially stays the same, whatever. I guess the real question I had was, I guess I'm somewhat attached to Lot 76 because I was in, and I think you probably all know, but the library was already in there when this was done. They had a 50-year lease. The city had given them in 1984 or 5, it's on file. And the library had a chance to get money to make these improvements, but they had to, under the terms of the grant or wherever, they had to own it. And that's why the city was perfectly happy to continue to lease it to them. But I have two questions. If this goes through and the city or the library wishes to sell Lot 76, what are their restrictions? I mean, what laws are they governed by? Could they sell it to me for $100? Could they sell it to you for $1,000? I mean, are there, you know, the city has to have a public hearing and all kinds of things.
The answer is they could do the exact same thing with 76 that they can do right now with, what is it, 72 and 74.
That's not an answer.
Well, the answer is they can sell it outright because that's the idea. We're removing the restrictions.
But there's nothing in state law or whatever says that there's a procedure set out that it has to be exposed to public venue or something, or?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So they could sell it internally or whatever, okay.
Yeah.
And why not include a right of first refusal on Lot 76 if that's, you know, at least the city would be able to say yay or nay. And the same thing, you'd find out if they were getting fair market value for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Jan, did you want to?
If we are going to make changes, I agree with that first to right refusal on 76.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Again,
Your name.
Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. Frankly, I'm appalled at both attorneys denigrating a dead attorney who drafted this, who was a judge in the state of Delaware, who was our attorney in Rehoboth, and was a phenomenal man. And right now, Sam and I are the only two people alive who were on the city commission then. The attorney is dead. I don't know if he drafted or someone in his office, but the other attorney in his office is dead too. So I mean, that's really tacky. That is tacky beyond belief. I don't know you, Mr. Becker, and I don't know you, Mr. Burns, but to denigrate publicly at a public meeting somebody who has died and who gave a lot of service to this city, I find just reprehensible. I also will remind you that Mr. Becker doesn't represent the city. He represents the library.
Right.
And as an attorney, his client is the library. It is not the city. And Mr. Becker said earlier he had 26 years experience as a real estate lawyer. Mr. Burns is 2 years out of law school. So wouldn't we be best served by having an experienced land use attorney? I think you mentioned that too, Commissioner Sharp, who is looking at this and making sure the city's interests are protected. You might think it was a clunky document. Mr. Burns might think it was a clunky document, but it protected the city when the library wanted to sell the buildings and they didn't know about this contract. That's protected the city. That's why we're here today, because they were going to
I'm sorry, Kay, you can say what you want to say, but I happen to know for sure, okay? So
Not correct.
they were going to go try to get the senior center or someplace like that. But then they found out about the contract, which nobody up here knew existed either. Neither did the previous attorney know. So we, back in 1992, did our best to protect the city and future generations. Carol was also here then. And the chamber supported us in this, the downtown, everybody. We wanted a library downtown. A town is not a town without a library, a fire hall, a post office. That makes us a town and not a strip in the highway like Dewey Beach. So I feel very strongly, as I'm in that library every week. I check out books, I reserve books, I actually see some of the former head of the library's books. His last name is similar to mine. I see his name on books ahead of mine. And I see the library being used. And I don't want to live in a community without a library. But I don't think this is the way to do it. I think you need to have a lawyer who has the depth and breadth of experience that Mr. Becker has, who is representing the city and the city's interest in this. And you know, we've used land use lawyers before. We use lawyers with special, if we're doing a bond issue or whatever, we use lawyers with special skills. And I think we need to do this. I think you all have the same responsibility to protect the city as we tried to do in 1992. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody else? Back to the commissioners, or do you want to respond?
Can we respond to some of that, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I don't know who your source is for your information that we were planning to sell the library, but it's not true. Our board made the decision before we knew about the agreement to keep some portion of a library downtown, because we all felt that it was important for the exact same reasons that you just listed at the end of your speech. So we have always intended to keep a library downtown. We have just been trying to do it in a way that is best for the library, for the community, and for the city.
And if I can just go on the record for Alex and myself, neither one of us denigrated anyone. The truth is when you're an attorney, sometimes there's good work, sometimes there's not as good work, sometimes there's clunky stuff, sometimes there's stuff that flows brilliantly. Even the best attorneys occasionally have a clunky document. May have been a timeline, may have been his instructions, his pay. I don't know what it was, but the truth of the matter is the document is clunky. I tried to adapt the document. I think even you said it was clunky. And I agree with your assessment. But that document is the same as what we were treated with. Again, Alex has never said anything bad about anyone to my knowledge. I didn't say anything bad about the drafter. I just said I don't like the document. And the truth is, I don't. That's okay. People don't like all my stuff either. But that wasn't denigration. And I do take offense at that statement. Thank you.
We're good. We're good.
So what's our next step to move this forward?
Well, it sounds like we need to start over again with the document and have it cleaner.
I'm ready to quit.
And Mayor, I would hope that we don't allow the March workshop to demand we be ready on this.
Well, I think we're going to have to reverse it so that when the document is ready,
yes,
then we start scheduling. See, the problem is, this is true for everybody. We can have the applicant's attorney submit something to us and then and meet the deadlines, but then we find some flaws in it or things we want to change and send it back to them, and well, that adds another week to it, and then it's a week to get it back. I'll tell you, it's challenging trying to get documents and keep things moving forward when we have these timelines. But I think we'll plan to make sure we receive final documents and then do our scheduling. Okay, we'll do it as quickly as we can.
We have a board meeting Tuesday, and we'll discuss it and see if we need to make any other changes instead.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask one question? Would you consider just adhering to the original agreement?
What do you mean, keeping the library and just the lot 76?
Just revert 76, right. You keep the two parcels, 76 comes to us.
I don't know, we're trying to keep the library down here in 76. I mean, we're not planning on giving the library or the land to
Oh,
anybody.
I understand that, but instead of flip-flopping it, why don't we just adhere to the original deed?
Because we're trying to keep lot 76 there
For revenue.
for revenue for operations.
So you could not just do it without that revenue?
Correct. Well, I'm not going to say we couldn't do it, but it's going to be difficult even with that revenue to meet the obligations for operational revenue.
Okay, thank you.
But wouldn't that also then eliminate the option of, if you will, the deed restriction of having a library in town, if we were to do that? Because the deed restriction would disappear.
You want the
No,
library.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm just,
But
The other
they
thing-
guaranteed they want to stay in town.
The other thing we had asked was if we kept, like, if we have library in lot 72 and 74 and a portion of 76, does that qualify? And we were told, no, it has to be all of lot 76. And that's why we started looking at making the swap.
Thank you.
So question to the commissioners, we just talked about a path forward, and I think two of you plus a member of the public had mentioned the need for, or suggested the need for a land use attorney. Are you satisfied that Alex can consult with a land use attorney within his firm? Or do we need to go outside? I want to say, I don't want to come back again and then have people complain that we didn't get a land use attorney. So, are you satisfied with Alex and consulting within his firm?
I'm going to ask Commissioner Gossett, do you have a strong feeling about his firm versus going to an external?
I have no reference on that. I mean, it's a very large firm. It has, I'm sure, I don't know the reputation of your real estate or your land use division. I know that one of the partners, our previous solicitor, is very knowledgeable in land use. There are others out there. I don't know if you want an independent opinion or I don't think that's up for me to judge, but there are other land use attorneys certainly in the state that have that distinguished aspect. I mean, I attended a class 2 weeks ago led by Max Walton that gave a class in land use, real estate for the IMP, the Delaware, University of Delaware, their management class. That's the only. IPA.
Yeah, my opinion is if he wants to consult with someone at his firm, I mean, we're not talking about rocket.
Right.
This isn't rocket science, and we're overly complicating this thing far too much.
Okay, well, we're going to go that route. Last word, anybody?
But let me just, the charge though, or the direction that we're looking at is to maintain the same deed restrictions that exist on 76 and transfer them to 72 and 74, with the addition to include first right of refusal on lot 76.
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
Do you want the document rewritten?
I think that's the decision, honestly, between the two attorneys to best satisfy today's needs in litigation.
So no whereas is just plain English, document
I-
rewritten, should be like a page
That's
to say what we
Mr. Becker and Mr. Burns' decision, I think, to present that document.
I think I heard the desire to clean up the document by rewriting it. I'd like to include the synopsis that helps us out.
But I think we're in agreement the spirit is going to be the same. The only difference now would be that we're asking for the first of right refusal on lot 76. So if you're having a board meeting on Tuesday, I would.
Can I have a point of clarification? When you're asking for the first right of refusal, we've already given you 2 lots instead of 1, Are you asking for a first right of refusal on just a lot or the lot and the building?
I think the fair thing is the lot in the building. Attorneys?
Lot without the building on it.
Yeah.
They could haul it off.
I'm just trying to get clarity so we're not doing this
Yeah.
again
Would
in
it be
6 months.
whoever they're selling it to, you have a right to
Yeah.
take the offer.
Lot and improvement, I would say, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
And-
so there's a time element here, but it's in the hands of the lawyers right now.
Just to clarify, the right of first refusal, I think there was miscommunication there about a discount on 76.
Right, yeah, well, yeah, what I'm hearing is that 76 would be the full lock, stock, and barrel building and the real estate. The only question that I have, frankly, is in redrafting this thing, in terms of the scenario where the city can take the land, but the price is discounted by the value of the lots, that scenario, are we doing that, or does the city want to get one lot for 2 lots with 2 buildings on it? That's the one thing I'm trying to make sure that I have clear in my head.
What I heard was the discount on lot 74 and 72, and then just a plain right of first refusal on 76. Is that what the intent was?
You see the question. So currently, right now, let's go back again to the original agreement that's drafted and in the 90s and is signed off on. What that agreement basically said is if you took lot 76, and it would, the library stopped its operations, whatever the case might be, the city would get or they sold it, the city would get the full value of the sale, essentially. So they would get the lot and the building, the full value of the sale. So let's just pretend for a second, if you would, that we have 3 lots that are of equal value. Let's just say, on easy numbers, $100,000 each with the buildings on them, okay? So 100, 100, 100. Right now, the library owns $200,000 in real estate, if you will, which is to say the 2 left lots, or the eastern lots. The city currently has a claim against $100,000, i.e. the westerly lot, okay? So the plan, or the idea is to swap those interests. Now, you can't do an equal swap, because obviously if you have $100,000 right now, and you're going to get $200,000, actually probably the delta is even higher, because frankly, the library lots are 2 two-story buildings, whereas the city lot is 100,000, is 1 building. So actually, it's more than a 2-to-1 ratio currently as it sits. So the question is the city saying, okay, we'll be happy to let that lot go, but but we want both lots, both buildings. So we want let's say $250,000 for a $100,000 give. Am I making sense to everybody on that one? And so the way we tried to somewhat mitigate again, roughly say 2.5 to 1 deal was we gave the city the value in that scenario of the land, but not the improvements. Still more than 1 for sure. 1-to-1 ratio, probably closer to 2 anyway. But that was the way we were trying to mitigate it, so that way it wasn't a 2.5 to 1. If you see my ratio, I don't know what you guys are agreeing to. We can draft whatever's necessary, but I need to know how to draft, or what you want me to draft.
That the library would agree to.
That the library would agree to, obviously. Am I being clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
But we had interest in the lot in the building, right?
Correct.
The
1 story.
76.
That's correct.
But you have the same scenario for the other ones.
100% ownership of the other 2. That's correct.
So I would. I don't quite understand why that. What's the attempt to make it equal?
Well,
and you're trying to mitigate it, but is that a necessity?
Well, no. It was more of an equitable question. Trying to make it a little less overwhelming. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Again, still with what was suggested, we aren't at the apples to apples price tag. The city's still making out pretty darn well in that transaction. The question is, how well does the city demand, frankly, that they're going to make out under that scenario? And again, to case point, that the library will go along with.
And just a final point from me. Embedded in the February 12th letter that I've referred to before, there are 4 questions that come from constituents in this letter. And from a communication standpoint, if we could have the clear answers to these 4 questions, that might help us as this goes forward.
Okay, we'll take a look at them. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Susan's letter.
Yes.
Okay.
I think all of those questions have been answered.
Well, you may say that, but when you have constituents who are attorneys, who in turn write to us and say they do not understand, you can't just shove back at them, well, you should understand, Edward.
I understand.
Do you understand me, Edward?
I think we did discuss that we need a clear communication that
Yes, we did.
that people can understand.
Well, speaking of clear communication, I don't think Jay's question has been answered.
It wasn't.
Wasn't. In the current draft, it would be land and improvements. Yeah,
For 76, correct. The one that is currently in play that was signed off on in the 90s? Is that the question? Or are you talking about the one that we were talking about, Alex's and my creation?
the draft that we're currently looking at for today.
Okay, I'm sorry. So no, so under the current draft, in that particular scenario, the city would essentially be entitled to the value of the dirt, but not the two-story buildings on the dirt.
For 2 lots.
For the 2 lots to, 72 and 74.
So the library would remove those buildings?
And that scenario is in a sale to a third party. So if they actually found a third party to purchase the thing together, by the way, together, isn't that right, Alex? And that they sold together, if recollection serves? Yeah. So if they found a buyer for both buildings, then under that scenario, then the city would be essentially entitled to the value of the dirt, but not the buildings.
In other words,
so the city would get the value of the buildings in the
The
sale.
library sold everything that's there, and there was a new agreement. The library would get the value of lot 76 in the building, and the building on lot 72 and 74.
Correct.
And the town would get the value of the land for lot 72 and 74.
I think this goes to the question that Commissioner Preston asked earlier, because he was rightfully so confused. And I will articulate what I believe, that if they want to sell any portion that includes lot 72 or 74 with 76, that we should, number one, have the right to just take those properties back, both land and improvements. If we allow the sale to go through, and I don't think this is where that was articulated well, and was a little clunky, then I think Jay's asking then, would we just get the land value or the land value with improvements?
That's the question. Basically, what's the ask?
So the ask is land and improvements.
Well, right now, you get land and building on 1 lot. We were trying to do so that you got land value on 2 lots. And now we're asking, what are you asking for to be able to execute this?
So if I could just say in simple terms now what I've heard is we would get the value of the land on 72 and 4. The value of the land, so we'd get money.
That's what you get right now.
No.
Well, in the new document.
Yes, we're saying the same thing. what we would lose is a library
Oh.
and a place for a library. And to me, that's not okay.
I mean, that's why we're going through this exercise. It is to.
So what you just said, I agree with.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we're just getting money. And that may sound appealing, but the whole point of this exercise, from our seat, I believe, is to protect having a library in our wonderful city.
Well, Commissioner, we were trying to do the same thing, and that's why we were giving you 2 lots instead of 1 lot. Because we hoped it helps guarantee that we were gonna have a library downtown.
So I'm sorry, I don't want to prolong this discussion anymore, but I'm now even more confused.
More what?
If Jay and Alex could answer this, please. In the draft that you have put together for lots 72 and 74, should the library cease to be a library, would the city get for $1 the land and the buildings on it? Yes or no?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Only if it walked away from it.
Correct, if they stop being a library, yeah, until they cease to exist, that's correct.
Cease to exist in the city,
No.
not out
No.
of the library.
Well, yeah.
It ceased to exist in that building, in one of those 2 buildings.
But they could sell it all.
Correct.
All of it. And then all we get is the money. And that's the piece that doesn't feel okay.
The only mitigating thing there is you have the right to buy it.
Mayor, we can't have people in the public speak.
And you get your value of the 2 lots out.
Sam, Jan, if you want to speak, come to the microphone.
So easy to just.
To yell at us, yes.
But Sam is correct.
But I think the idea was if it ceased, I'm sorry for my voice, ceased to be a library, it would be incumbent upon us to make it into a library, or some other entity. I mean, I think the idea is they, for whatever reason, are no longer able or capable to maintain it as a library. In that case, it ceases to be a library, or at least it may look like a library and be a library building and everything, but it's no longer the board of the library of the Rehoboth Beach Library. And then we would assume it, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's then incumbent upon us either to take it over and make it into a library, or have some other entity assigned to it and then do the same, right? But in terms of owning it, we would own it. And would we not own it and the building? We're not
That's
selling
what
it.
Edward is saying we want the right to do.
Right, but I mean, I'm just saying that we're trying to describe the contingency of that happening, and then we would have that building in the library. We would own it, and then be able to hopefully continue it as a library.
I think I'm on your page, Commissioner Preston, in the sense is ultimately the city's interest in this isn't about money, it's about a library. And I think what I would address to the library board is that, the city, through the city and its constituents, has supported this library for many, many years. In fact, it's my understanding that one of the 2 lots, I guess 74, was given to them by a lady who had several houses in town here. And the other one, Mr. Derrickson, as I recall, sold it at, not a nominal, but he'd bought it, and I don't think he maybe wasn't even transferred to him at the time. But it was, so the point is the community of Rehoboth has more in this than just, it's not just a dollars and cents proposition. And to the extent that you can help protect keeping a library in town, thank you.
Yes, and oftentimes constituents, to the emotional connection they have to the library, ask the question from the commissioners, why is there no public hearing going on this? Now, maybe it doesn't fit that criteria. However, a constituent is feeling there should be more interaction on this. I know we probably feel there should be less interaction on this, but they're not engaged in this. They only read what they see in the paper, and then I don't believe they listen to the meetings, because sometimes we're tedious at best. Yes, you are. And so
I think we're all on the same page. To answer your question, Jay, and what the ask is, yes. If there's a sale, it's the value of land and improvements.
Structure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. There
Jan,
actually is a portion in the charter, and I guess one has to determine, is our interest in Lot 76 enough to act this in, and it's in Section 41 of the city charter, states as follows, essentially that you have to have a public hearing if you're thinking about getting rid of it. One has to only determine, is our interest in 76 by having it revert back to the city enough to do it? And you can look at chapter 41, so.
Chapter 41 refers to if we sell or convey the land.
Right.
We're not selling or conveying the land.
Well,
At a
essentially,
later-
though,
at a
on
later-
Lot 76, you are conveying it off what it's already been given. I'm not a lawyer, and I ask, my feeling about the public hearing is you're always better doing business in public than going behind closed doors.
Thank you, Jan.
Well, maybe I'm a little ignorant to this because I consider everything a public hearing, but there really is no difference if we have a voting meeting on this. Why not just say it's a public hearing and notice it that way? There's no harm in doing that. We allow public comment regardless anyway.
Thank you. Anything else?
Touche.
We're going to close out this. Thank you very much. Sorry we didn't get farther, but I think they'll be more clear the next time we get together.
I'll try to touch base with you after Tuesday's meeting on any of our decisions.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Jay. Thank you all. Next item of old business is consider proposed changes to the design manual for outdoor dining on public space, outdoor dining on public space license application, and amendments to Chapter 215, Restaurants, Section 215-26, application requirements for purposes including but not limited to establishing a 7-foot setback for corner properties, eliminating the reapplication fee for outdoor dining on public space, and requiring additional details in thing. I'm going to turn this over to Evan. I do want to make sure everybody looked at one of the support documents that had to do with the diagrams, the outdoor guidance. Patrick, you'll notice in there that we did add a pictorial illustration of the 7-foot setback that Evan did. And I'll touch on a later from Vince Robertson later. Evan?
Thank you, Mayor. There are 3 documents included in the agenda under this topic. The first is the draft amendments to outdoor seating design manual. The second is the ordinance to amend Chapter 215, Section 26. And then the last is the amended outdoor dining on public space license application. The ordinance to amend Chapter 215-26 is the same document as the document that was provided to you at the last meeting, and the same goes for the license application. So the only change to the materials from the last meeting was to the outdoor seating design manual. Essentially what we have done is we have defined corner property, and it's defined as a property located on the corner of 2 intersecting streets. And then in Appendix B, we have updated the diagrams to reflect a 7-foot setback if the outdoor dining is located on a corner property. Those are the only two changes, Mayor.
This is actually, I think, the third meeting that we've gotten together on this. Our first was, I think, over a month ago, and then at our last meeting, we said, let's put this on the agenda. Are there any questions or comments?
No.
The pictorial I indicated is on the screen here. This is what was added to the pictorial to indicate a minimum 7-foot setback from the property line to the barrier. And that's done for 2 tops and 4 tops. And so, is there any public comment on this? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Can we go here or here?
Yeah, easier to go right there. Are you with Coast?
I am. My name is Mike Kennard. I'm one of the owners, and I'm also the general counsel for the company.
Yes.
I'm here really because Vince Robertson can't be here tonight.
We did get your letter, by the way.
You got his letter.
All of us
Good,
have it.
Good, good. Because when he came to me and told me that there's now a 7-foot requirement, and I'm not sure, it sounds like that happened. I know there's been an iteration around this, but he indicated that he learned that, I guess, at a meeting a week ago today that he had with some people in the city. And I was a little surprised because our company had met with the city just in the fall. And we had gone through, and I've got, documents I can, add to the record if it would be helpful. But we actually sat down with the city and showed them our outdoor seating plan. And it's not 7 feet, it was about 3.5 feet, and it was approved. And completely.
And this body approved it, by the way.
Yeah, well, I think it did. I think it did. And so we acted on that, and we have paid for design fees, and we were prepared to come very shortly, to get our license, based upon that having been approved. And so, my questions when Vince brought this to me were, I don't understand where the 7 feet's coming from. I've searched DelDOT's information, I've searched the record here, and I was trying to understand the logic behind a universal 7 feet. Because if you look at where, and also when I walked through town, and particularly on Rehoboth Avenue, I'm not sure there are any other restaurants but ours at Sirocco that's actually impacted by this particular change. And then I looked carefully, at, not only aerials, but just walking it. And one of the interesting things about the intersection that we're on, okay, there is no diagonal parking in front of our building. There are only 3, parking spaces, but they're all, just parallel to the curb. And the reason that's important is that there is a tremendous amount of sidewalk area. And I'm not sure I see where in that situation, another 3 feet's gonna make a lot of difference. And so we would really just like to be able to sit down with the town before this is formally acted upon and review some of this. I will be willing to bring in an ADA expert. If this is an ADA issue, I will hire a consultant to come and look at our intersection and say, well, is this necessary and why? And if it is, then we'll deal with it. But I'm not sure it is when I'm looking at it. I can see it where you've got all of that diagonal parking right in front, because it really takes away from the sidewalk. And I've got an aerial here if it'd be helpful. Would you like to look at
No,
it?
we have that in.
You have it, okay.
in your letter.
Okay, and so before this is formally, acted upon, we would sure appreciate the opportunity to sit down again, because we kind of relied upon where we thought we were, and now there's a change, and we would appreciate an opportunity to sit down and talk more about that. And just understand the rationale and why it's a one-size-fits-all, as opposed to, hey, when you make your application, this is one of the things we're going to be looking at. is a setback requirement that might be necessary due to an ADA-related issue, which is, that's my understanding, that's what was driving this. I may be wrong about that, but that was my understanding. It was more ADA-driven than anything else. So we would appreciate just maybe a little time to further discuss it with you and understand.
Well, we, at our previous meeting, we described why, and I can't remember all of it, but corner properties have a unique situation. They've got the transitions for getting up and down sidewalks that have to be ADA compliant. Because they're at intersections, they have to allow for four directions of travel, north, south, east, west. And at the point where the transition from the handicap area to the flat area, we saw that there needed to be at least, I think, a 4 foot extra, 4 foot by 4 foot area at the top. So some of it's for ADA compliance, some of it's just for pedestrian, reducing pedestrian congestion. And admittedly, we did issue your permit of compliance based on your drawings, which was 3 feet. Afterwards, unfortunately, myself and Building and Licensing and another commissioner went down there after the fact and saw that that 3 foot wasn't given much thought, and that 7 foot based on the criteria that we developed.
You looked at our property specifically, is what you're saying.
We looked at yours and we looked at others. Others don't have, there's not a lot of opportunity for other restaurants on corners, and we didn't survey them all, but there doesn't appear to be opportunity on other corners because they don't meet the rest of the design guidelines of having a minimum pedestrian area routing, width, and other criteria.
So this really was targeted towards our restaurant.
No, it's what gave us a highlight of what the problem would be, yes.
Would it be appropriate, though, for us to be able to sit down, with the same group, maybe Vince Roberts would be present, and us sit and maybe have one opportunity to discuss this a little further?
Or do you want to?
I'd be willing to do it.
That would be great. I mean, we'd really appreciate it. I mean, I personally would like to understand it better, because
Understand going into that meeting, it's at least the mayor's desire and Building and Licensing and another commissioner's desire to hit that 7 foot. And I would hope that they would work with you in either shifting it down or giving you 2 areas or whatever to try to achieve that 7 foot dimension. 3 foot is not adequate. Do you want to add anything?
I guess the only thing I'd add is if there's input from the commissioners on what you're comfortable with. I think the input I received was that we wanted to see a 7 foot setback, so that's what we had implemented. So certainly if there's a desire amongst the commissioners to allow me to work with the applicant, we can look at that again. It is public space, so you have the right to approve or deny anything you want. So
we agree with that. We're not disputing that at all. We understand that.
I just assume voted in tonight so that any future applicant knows what the rules are, and then after the fact, have you meet with the city manager.
I understand that, but I think I just heard you say that there are probably no other applicants, because there's probably no other corner restaurant that could meet the other requirements. So I would just appreciate the opportunity, since I really think this is somewhat related to our restaurant and where we are. And I understand that. It's a very large intersection. If we could, before you formally vote on it, if we could sit down and at least better understand it. Because we have relied on what was previously decided, and it'd be helpful, I think, for us to be able to do that.
Well, let's see, the ordinance in front of us is what specifically?
the ordinance only pertains to
include the
application
scale
materials.
drawing.
Right.
So this is something that we can act on tonight.
Correct.
If we want to choose to defer on this to allow the city manager to meet with them.
I'm sorry,
But the
could
other
repeat that?
ordinance, we have an ordinance in front of us that if adopted requires additional materials in the scaled drawing. So that impacts all new applications and any modification, that there's more detail in the drawings submitted. So that, I think we could act on tonight if we wanted to choose to, and then the rest of this, we would defer after you all meet.
I'm sorry, so the one is requiring additional diagrams and information.
So really what it boils down to is that whenever they submit a plan, that they include the details of the buffer area. Because right now, a lot of the plans that we've received, it doesn't include a reference to the buffer area, so we are unable to accurately measure the pedestrian access route as required under the design manual. So this just simply asks, you actually saw it before earlier with the summer house permit of compliance. When they submitted their plans, they included the buffer area, which immediately gives us an indication whether they comply with the PAR. Without that detail, we have to go out and actually measure the setback or the distance for the pedestrian access route. There's other things included in the buffer area as well, parking meters, street lights, things like that, that are required to be submitted as part of the documents too.
Patrick, do you?
Yeah, I think we could move forward with this particular aspect of the application requirements to include the scale drawings. That doesn't affect anything that's going on or your concerns of today. It sets it up for tomorrow.
And then defer on acting on the other until the city manager and y'all can meet.
Thank you.
I just would like to, I think some new information that I just learned about, which I take serious issue with, that we gave this restaurant approval. 2 people had second thoughts, went, measured, targeted this specific space, and no one even thought to reach out to them and say, hey, we think we might have a problem with this. We're taking it back to the drawing board.
You're not
Am
wrong.
I the only one that has an issue with that?
No, you're not wrong.
I thought the same thing, Commissioner. I was wondering, had this already been approved?
Yes, we'd already been approved.
Yeah. Do you say no?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
So is that the plan? If so, we can move forward with this ordinance change.
So we'll
We
go
good,
that
can I
plan.
say that?
He'll meet, we'll defer on that one, but in the meantime, I would like somebody to make a motion to approve this other, let me see if I can find it.
I guess I just.
Right there.
If I could just get some information here. So I will meet with the applicant, and then whatever we decide from that meeting is okay with the Board of Commissioners? It does not have to come back?
Doesn't
for
have to come
final
back to
approval?
me.
Yes,
No.
yes, but after that's resolved, we may want to readdress the corner property so that if there are any future corner properties, that we have what we think is an acceptable setback from the corner.
I'm perfectly fine approving this going forward, but I would like for them to be grandfathered in for it, or we allow them to just work with the city manager to come up with an acceptable
Well,
solution.
that's what
Yeah.
we said. Let's let the city manager work with them. So I would say yes,
Existing non-conforming.
city manager can work with them. Maybe there's a way to get it to 6 feet. Maybe there's a way to get it to 5 feet. Maybe they can't do anything. Maybe they can shift it a little bit. But anyhow, I'm willing to put that in the city manager's hands.
Okay, so just for the record, you're fine with the city manager going forward and giving him discretion on coming to a resolution that may not be 7 feet, but may be closer than what it is at 3? Because I just went back and looked at the original application. I mean, they're not like every other corner, because there is a bump out there. And they're 3 feet from the building on one side, but they're 11 feet on the other side. I mean, there is quite a bit of
I think
space
you
there.
have to go look at the space and visualize it and see. but I would like to move forward with this ordinance that's on the screen here.
And then, Mayor, are you saying that after the discussion with the applicant, then it may or may not come back to the commissioners based on the outcome of that discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Well, let me make a motion
Thank you.
to adopt an ordinance to amend Chapter 215 restaurants of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach by amending Section 215-26 relating to application requirements.
A second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Ed Chernowski to approve and adopt an ordinance to amend Chapter 215 restaurants, amending specifically Section 215-26 relating to application requirements. Is there anybody, members of the public, who would like to offer specific to the ordinance that's in front of us?
Thank you. Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. Is the subject here, other than the 7-foot, is this the intersection where you're coming up from the post office up on the corner? And I brought this up and y'all blew me off. And you in particular, because I addressed it to you because you are the handicap expert. I mean, I regard that. And here again, and I don't mean to be mean, but we got one more situation because they built without permits. We never saw the second permit. There was reason to believe they're built over top of the firehouse parking lot, and the city did nothing to help. Nothing to help, and hasn't come back according to the people at the fire company. And you might not like that, but here you're gonna send somebody out and go do custom jobs. And you need to be going by the code or change the code.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners and the staff for all the work they put into this, because the outdoor dining is very important, and for the special consideration because there may be a special reason. That's it.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else? If not, it's back to the commissioners. All those, we'll just do a roll call vote, and if anybody says no, then we'll come back and poll you individually. All those in favor of adoption of the amendments to Chapter 215-26 relating to applicant requirements, say yes.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? And the ordinance is adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll defer on this other and this other. With that, next item of business is consider appointing Tyler Technologies as the firm to serve as the city's tax assessor. Evan?
Thank you, Mayor. With us this evening is Ryan Zuck. Ryan is the Appraisal Senior Project Supervisor for Tyler Technologies. Again, we have entertained for a few months now. We've been in discussions with Tyler Technologies about allowing them to take over as the assessment provider for the city of Rehoboth Beach. So you'll recall this was before you at a previous meeting, and so it is back before you for consideration to appoint them as the appraisal firm for the city of Rehoboth Beach.
So I would entertain a motion.
Just have one question.
Yes.
Before that. I know this really doesn't deal with Tyler at all, and I address this to the city manager. According to our charter, though, we have certain dates at March and producing the tax list of these types of things. Is all of that, our current assessor is Pearson Appraisal Services?
Correct.
Are they still, even though, does our contract run out with them or start that they will be responsible for supplying all that information to our tax clerk so that it can be produced in time?
Right, so we will finish out this year the next property tax billing with Pearson, and then we will transition to Tyler. We have not yet had the discussion with them about that transition, but certainly we will have that conversation with them.
And one of the critical parts of that, though, is that if we should have any appeals on the assessments, though, will Pearson be available to come back to defend those?
Yes. we'll
Okay,
make
and
sure.
that will be part of their agreement or their separation agreement?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Again, we haven't discussed the details of that, but I'm sure that would be one of the conditions of that arrangement.
At our last meeting, we talked about in the future, the possibility of buying from the county the tax records. I talked with the county executive recently, and he said that, yes, they intend to do that. No, they haven't given any thought yet, and that maybe my mentioning it that would initiate their thought into what the price would be and what the protocol would be. With that, I would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a appraisal services agreement with Tyler Technologies that's before us.
So moved.
I just for correction, I think the way the charter reads that we as the body have to make the motion to appoint. So if I may, I make a motion to appoint Tyler Technologies as the qualified firm to serve as the tax assessor for the city of Rehoboth Beach for the period of 1 year beginning March 1st, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to appoint Tyler Technologies as our appraisal services company as per Patrick's motion.
Mayor, before you call the question, can I just ask the
Yes.
city manager 2 questions? One, what other services does Tyler provide for the city?
They're actually the owner of Munis, and Munis is our financial software. We also use Munis for permits, code enforcement, several different modules within Munis, but it is our financial software.
And does using Tyler for appraisals, does that more easily integrate?
Yes.
Okay. Is that one of the reasons why we went with them? Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I'll call the question. All those in favor of appointing Tyler Technologies as appraisal services company for the city of Rehoboth Beach indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Patrick and others. With that, our next item of business is consider establishing a court security fund for the Alderman Court. Evan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to turn this over to the solicitor. There is a draft ordinance included in the agenda for your consideration. This ordinance does establish a new section 1-31 relating to security assessments. I will ask the solicitor to, I think he'll already include it, but if he could make mention of the, actually, never mind, that's for the second item. So I'll turn it over to the solicitor.
Thank you. So this is a draft ordinance. We spoke about this at the workshop meeting earlier this month. At the workshop meeting, there was a reference to a state code for state courts establishing security funds, but upon further consideration, that statute does not control here. You don't have to take my word for it. The Supreme Court of Delaware has an administrative office of the courts, and they have stated that aldermen's courts are not state courts. Further, alderman courts are a creature of the city's charter. They don't come from the Constitution of Delaware or state statute. So I drafted this not to rely on that state statute, and I'll read through what I drafted here because I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to know about what's going on here. And I drafted this to be a general security fee so that it's not limited to solely court security, but could be applied to city security. And I attached a safety valve that for some reason the security fund gets higher than an amount higher than necessary. The commissioners have an ability to transfer those excess funds to the general fund. So starting at line 23, the alderman shall levy a security fee in the amount of $10 on each fine or monetary assessment for which there is a conviction or a voluntary assessment paid. If a fine or monetary assessment is suspended, the security fee assessment shall be suspended. The security fee under this section shall be supplemental to and separate from court costs under section 1-30. Subsection B on line 29, upon collection of the security fee under subsection A of this section, the same shall be retained in a security fund reserved for expenditures related to city security. If at any time the commissioners of the city of Rehoboth Beach determine the amount of funds segregated in the security fund exceed an amount necessary for adequate security expenditures, the excess may be deposited in the general fund. So that's the basics of the ordinance. Happy to answer any questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions among commissioners?
The only thing that I would question or suggest is that we've talked too long about establishing a schedule of fees as part of the charter, or part of the ordinance. So is there some language that we could say, and I'm suggesting here, the alderman shall levy a security fee in the amount of, and I hate to put that in there, but say $10 until such time as a schedule of fees is established. That way, that would move from there to the schedule of fees, which we could review each year. And by removing this,
yeah, you could certainly do that. There are some due process concerns about making a finite fee amount that's readily available to those who might face the fee, but I don't think that adds any ambiguity.
but a schedule of fees is readily acceptable in municipal government. So
exactly.
Again, just trying to look forward.
Well, if you would offer an ordinance then with that amendment? Motion?
I make a motion to accept the ordinance to amend to amend Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 4, General Penalty Cost of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach by inserting a new Section 1-31 relating to security amendments with the additional language inserted on line 23 after the number $10 until such time as a schedule of fee is established.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp with an amendment as noted. Is there any discussion? If not, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot members of the public. Next item of business. Consider updating penalty for violations of the requirement of insurance for all motor vehicles.
Thank you, Mayor. A draft ordinance is included in the agenda, and so I will turn it over to the solicitor to explain the ordinance. Additionally, I would ask him to explain the charter reference that he identified as it pertains to fines or violations for motor vehicle incidents.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to. The charter references in the preamble I find fascinating, but that might just be me, because there is in the enumeration of powers section of the charter, I believe that's section 29, there is a general limit on fines of $500. However, in section 13E of the charter, there's a more specific provision that says for motor vehicle fine violations, the fines and penalties imposed under the ordinance of the City of Rehoboth shall be the same as those provided by the laws of Delaware. And so a basic canon of statutory interpretation that courts will use is that they will try to read provisions harmoniously. And to the extent they can read them together, they will try to do that, try to give effect and meaning to both phrases. So it's clear that the exception to the $500 limit would apply where a motor vehicle offense under state code exceeds $500. So for driving without insurance under state code for the first offense, the penalty is not less than $1,500 nor more than $2,000. And that driver's license is suspended for 6 months. The city doesn't have the power to suspend a driver's license, so I just put in there that the city, that the Department of Transportation may suspend the license, giving them the option. And hopefully that's sufficient to address the concerns of the alderman and the chief of police.
They do. So it is suspended. They don't, there's no gray area. It would be suspended.
Great, thank you. So I'll read through what this does here, just to be clear, because this was not posted very far in advance. So this is amending section 92-237.4, requirement of insurance for all motor vehicles required to be registered in Delaware. Subsection C, any person who violates this section shall, for the first offense, be fined not less than $1,500 nor more than $2,000. So that's replacing the previous $250. Concurrently with or subsequent to any violation of the section, the Delaware Department of Transportation may suspend the offender's driver's license. And again, that's because the city doesn't have the authority to suspend a driver's license. The state may. And then for each subsequent offense, that person shall be fined not less than $3,000 nor more than $4,000. And that's pretty much it, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
No.
You also eliminated, though, on line 40 there, and shall pay the cost of prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
Your logic behind that?
Just to match the state code.
Let me go to the public first. Is there anybody that wants to comment on this? If not, we'll come back to the commissioners. I would entertain a motion.
But I'm sorry, just another question.
Yes.
Do we have the power to maintain that cost of prosecution?
So section 13E of the charter states that we should match the state penalty, and the state penalty does not include that provision, so that's why I deleted it.
Fine, thank you.
Anyone want to make a motion, please?
I move. I move that we consider adopting the ordinance to amend section 92-237.4, driving without insurance penalty.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Stranowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to amend Chapter 92, specifically amending Section 92-237.4 relating to modifying the municipal penalty for driving without insurance. Is there any additional discussion?
No.
If not, then call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item of business is consider possible changes to revenue sources, including but not limited to metered and permit parking fees, gross receipts, rental tax. While we have on here property tax and wastewater rates, we don't have any ordinances available, so we will not be voting on those. But there's the agenda allows us to vote on raising parking meter fees and parking permit fees and gross receipts, rental tax fees. Would anybody like to, and we had some substantial discussion this morning on all four of these topics at our budget meeting number 3. So even though we've talked about them, I would suggest that perhaps you give your reason and talk us through any motions that you want to make. So make it easy. Start off with gross rentals, gross receipts, rental tax. Now, if anybody's been following their budget meetings, you'll find that we are over $4 million in deficit. And so to balance the budget, we need to raise fees. There's an actual need there, and we've talked several times that these are not based on any wish list items. They're all necessities, and we've tried to articulate that and pass it on to everybody. So that's where we're at today. We need to come up with over $4 million, $4.4 million, I think we at the last time we reviewed it. is needed to be able to balance the budget. Otherwise, we're going to have to start doing some cuts. And frankly, from my perspective, in the lengthy meetings we've had so far, I don't see a lot that can be cut. In fact, the city manager is doing a great job, and he proposed a lot of cuts. And the commissioners all rejected, I think, every one of them today. So that even added to our budget deficit. So again, for me, there is a definite need to raise more money. And these are some of our options there. I've always said that we have one category of donations, and that is donations that people give to the Beach Patrol. Well, that's not an income category where we can just say, hey, let's triple that, because that's incoming. But we do have the power over the property taxes and wastewater rates and metered parking, et cetera. Anybody? Nobody have the guts?
Does anyone from the public want to speak?
Well, let's have a proposal on the table or something
Is
first.
this the gross receipts going from 6 to 7? Is that the ordinance we're looking at?
That's what's been talked about. Again, we didn't put any figures in here so that we could still come up and down. I think the consensus from today's talk was to go up from 6 to 7%.
7 is what's in the draft ordinance.
That's what's in the ordinance.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let me,
The only thing that's not in the ordinance is if we were to put an effective date.
okay.
Well, if it's intended to offset this deficit, what's the effective date we need to do it?
Well, what Tony's referring about, we had discussion today about raising the gross rental tax, and one of the discussion is what is the effective date? Is it effective immediately, or is it effective retroactively? Is it effective for capturing rentals next year? And so we'll see what the motion is.
So are you talking about rentals in 2025 or rentals in 2024?
Well, I think I was the only one, but I said I was uncomfortable raising the rental tax this year so that it would be retroactive to anybody.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, so it wouldn't help us with the deficit.
Correct.
Okay, just
Correct.
wanted to
Correct.
get that.
No, that's important.
The mayor's proposal.
But are you saying
Right.
this year, but after the rental season, or the high rental season, or I mean, is there still?
I would say effective, Carol, maybe you can help me, because we've done this before in the past. We went up, and I believe it was effective January 1st, if I recall. And that would be my proposal if I were making a motion, that it would be effective January 1st, 2025.
Evan, do you have, sorry, Mayor, Evan, do you have handy the dollar impact of this?
It's about 1%. It's about $500,000. This is, rough figures, about 500,000.
Okay, so we would then, so then the deficit would be now 5 million.
So it would be what?
We're gonna go from 4.5 million to 5. If this was, part of this was being used to offset the deficit, and we're not implementing it until next year,
Correct.
we would now increase the deficit to around 5 million. Is that right, Evan?
That's correct. That's what you get, yeah.
Okay.
So in the original discussion, I think Bert certainly advocated for this, and I think was it Bert that talked about just going back to renters and asking for the increase, or saying that there was a tax change? I don't know how normal that is.
I certainly, I feel uncomfortable with that, but you could still make it effective for any rental agreements that are entered into from this point forward, but I don't see how you can go back to existing agreements. I don't think you necessarily need to wait for this to be effective January 1 of 2025. I think you can still put this in place this year and capture some increase. It's certainly not going to be 500,000.
So Edward, what's the date that seems fair to you?
Our solicitor seems to want to speak.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Commissioner. Just in case it's helpful, I found ordinance number 117-01 adopted November 17th, 2017, and it amended this exact section. The rate was 3 and it was amended to 6%. It's Section 2 of that ordinance says, this ordinance shall take effect on January 1st, so it was November when it was adopted, would take effect in January 1st, 2018. Any leases executed prior to January 1st, 2018 shall be exempt.
So are we able to exempt, so if we said March 1st in order to get it into this cycle,
We would say any previously
and anything that,
executed
if
agreements.
someone has an agreement from February 15th for the summer, then they're at the 6%, but anything March 1st forward, or April 1st, whatever the date is, it becomes 7.
A lot
that-
of people
are
are,
we
a
able
lot
to
of
do that?
people are not going to like this. But
What's that?
A lot of people are not going to like it, but we're in a really tough position here.
We'll get to members of the public. Go ahead.
Just a question on, a practical question, enforcement of this, how? If we,
It's all self-reporting.
Okay.
Even rental tax today, right, is totally self-reporting on the honor system. Yeah. Rick and then Carol. State your name and relationship to the city, Rick.
Rick Perry, I'm a resident of the city, 46 Pennsylvania Avenue. I think it makes a lot of sense to establish that from the effective date of your decision today, on a going forward basis, that those agreements entered into will be subject to the higher rate. Unless an existing agreement has a provision in it that says, provided, however, if the city imposes additional taxes, you will be obligated to pay those as well. I doubt very many people have that provision in their rental agreements. The other thing from an enforcement standpoint, I would say that you should at least have the property renter certify when they are, filing their rental tax, that the contracts from this date to this date were entered into, after the date of this effective amendment, and only these rental contracts were entered into prior to. So at least you have a certification that imposes some legal liability on the renter to be honest with the city.
Thank you. Carol?
Carol, I have a Rehoboth Dewey Chamber. I think if you're going to do it, you want to give, I would say April 1st, anything after April 1st. Some of these contracts are in right now. They're going back and forth. So you want to allow at least enough time for you to know and they to know and the renter to know what's going on. Just a thought.
So April 1st would be your effective date.
And Alex, did I catch it correctly that we adopted the previous one in November and it was effective January 1?
January 1.
So
and-
maybe
yep.
it was 5 weeks.
November what?
So it was adopted.
Voting meeting, probably.
The voting meeting, correct.
Yeah.
November 17th.
So it's 5 weeks.
December.
And then it was effective January 1st.
Yeah.
And any leases executed prior to January 1st were exempt.
Got it. Thank you.
practical.
Carol?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. The only thing with those dates is you were at an off time of rental. I think you gotta have time for the people who own rental properties to even know that this gets passed today. So I agree. A minimum April 1, you might even say May 1, because somehow people have to be notified in order for them to know that they got to pass on that higher rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? So back up to the board here.
Question for Evan. I'm a little tired at this point. I'm sure everybody else is too. Do you have handy, what do we generate from this gross receipts tax today?
Total or with an increase?
No, just today.
I'd have to look
It's
at
a little
total.
over 3 million, I think.
Let me see.
Is that a rough number? You think that's accurate?
Yeah, I looked this morning because I was curious how much more rental tax brought in over property.
Yeah.
Property taxes.
We're budgeting 3 million.
So if, with this increase, if we went for the full year, you would project 3.5?
For a full year.
Correct, yes. So that is, I think, some of the challenge with delaying the implementation of when it takes effect, because that now sort of puts the revenue unknown. It'd be, I think, almost impossible to forecast what we would get from that revenue, which
That's why I'm
makes
asking.
balancing the budget a little more difficult.
So there is, there will be some additional return, but we don't know what it would be.
What, right?
Well, I think we have to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we adopt an amendment to ordinance 245-17, increasing the rental tax amount of 6% to 7% with an effective date of April 1, 2024, stating that any previously executed rental agreements are exempt from this increase.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Tim Bennett to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 245, taxation, specifically amending Section 245-17, gross receipts tax, changing the rental tax from 6% to 7% with an effective date of April 1st, 2024, and exempting any contracts executed previous to that date of April 1st.
Is it executed at that time or the time of rental?
No,
How
it's
would you do that?
agreements, execution of an agreement.
Executed? Okay.
Execution of contract or lease.
So just a quick question on the April 1st before the vote. I know when we went from 3% to 6%, we'd been talking about that for a long time because it was a double. And we gave them 5 weeks final to effective date from the date we voted. This is a 1% increase, and we'll give them
6 weeks.
6 weeks. But my real question is, how and when will we notify them?
Lynn needs to do it.
Probably next week.
First thing Monday, she needs to reach out to the realtors.
I know what we're saying, that we want it done like before we go home tonight, but what's realistic? Evan, do you need a minute to think about what's realistic?
I would definitely need a minute, and
Yeah.
I need to talk with Lynn.
Yeah,
too.
thank you.
And I think this needs to be a specific outreach also to all of the realtors, homeowners associations, the condo management board, so that there's a specific
Main Street, the
direction.
chamber.
Right.
Well, because they're going to hear it, they're going to see it, they're going to read it in the Cape Gazette first. Say what, Chris? I'm sorry. Tuesday? Thank you. Thanks for the lead time.
Above the fold?
But we have an assurance from the city manager this will be a high
Yes.
priority, of course, early next week.
Any further discussion?
No.
I'd like to call the question. All those in favor of adopting the ordinance in front of us with the effective date April 1st as noted, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for your input.
Mayor,
Rick?
just, I know we're done with the issue, and that's fine, thank you. I do have a question for Evan. And maybe it's an unanswerable question. How will we figure out how this will impact the budget? I think I just heard you say it's an unanswerable question.
Correct. I don't know how we would forecast the revenue for contracts executed after April 1st. My feeling is that a majority of the contracts have already been executed or will be executed Wednesday after the Cape Gazette puts out the notice. So I think trying to estimate how many contracts will be out there after April 1st would be extremely difficult to do. We can try and put a number to it, but it's going to be a purely arbitrary number.
But it's all on the honor system, right? It's self-reported. It's the same with Airbnb or VRBOs, so.
But Airbnb may not have as much lead time, would they?
No, I'm just saying, it's
Right, but I'm just saying, but you might capture more of those.
You'll,
With a higher
Airbnb
rate.
and VRBO, you'll capture that more quickly. You can go in and change the number right now.
No, but I'm just saying, in terms of the payment, when you were looking for the number, we never know because it's all on the honor system, right?
Right.
Well,
We don't have the software to track it.
And that's the bigger issue.
Right.
Has been.
Has been, and we just don't move on that. We just let it sit there in a big lump that we don't have any software, if it exists, to help us on this.
Well, just to finish my thought on this, I don't think we should ask the city manager to guess. I think we should therefore be conservative and realistic that the possibility is we raise no additional revenue from this or de minimis revenue from this. Again, just trying to keep that top line deficit number realistic so that we're, as we continue to move through these things. And, I said this morning that I would remind us on the next item that we didn't want to make any big jumps. Somewhere we have to get this money.
Yes.
Well,
And we just made a decision that's not going to get us any money, very much money.
Well, it's technically a 15% increase.
But we've just.
I know, but it's not going to be 15% of what our base is.
We can't ask the city manager to put that in the budget.
No. But I'm saying that we're talking like, oh, it's 1%. It's not 1%.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
it's a different point.
Right.
You can talk to a few real estate agents and property managers and get some sense, but we should be very, very conservative in whatever number is put down for this.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'd like to move along then, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are you
Thank you.
okay? This is still within consider possible changes to revenue sources. Here, we're going to focus on an ordinance prepared for us to amend Chapter 92 relative to parking meter fees, payment required, issuance of parking permits, and issuing of motor scooter permits. Can you give us a quick synopsis of this proposal, absent
Sure.
the things where we have to insert dollar amounts?
Sure.
Because you've got other things in there.
And I'll commend anybody who's going to make a motion, if they do, to adopt this ordinance. So we'll start with Chapter 92, Section 73. That is the section of the code that establishes the fee per hour for parking meters. Currently, as drafted, it's $3 per hour, which equivalates to 25 cents for each 5-minute increment. As we've proposed it, is we've just removed $3, we've removed the increment, and that is a blank space for the motion maker to insert whatever fee it is that they are proposing in their motion. One of the things that I guess I will recommend is, of course, depending on the rate that is considered, My recommendation would be to strike the reference to what the 25-cent increment would be for minutes, because as I had mentioned before, depending on the rate, the increment could be fractions of a minute. So it would be very difficult, I think, to make that motion, but also I think it's something that does not need to be codified as long as you have the hourly rate for parking. Part B, I think, was a holdover from when we instituted hour restrictions. So I think at one point we did have a 3-hour restriction on Rehoboth Avenue, and I believe that's where Part B was. So Part B, as shown in the ordinance, is exactly how it exists in the code today. It just says 25 cents for each 5-minute period, unless it's parking meters established in 69B, which is 30 minutes. There's nothing else to it. There's no rate established. There's no chart underneath it. So I think it was a holdover from an old ordinance. So in consultation with the solicitor, we both agreed it should be removed.
I'm sorry, before you go on.
Sure.
In what would be the suggested language then? You said striking in A there, 17 through 20. What would the actual language you would suggest?
I would believe it would just be blank per hour spaces for parking spaces designated at the following locations except those specified, et cetera, et cetera. Section 2 is Chapter 92, subsection 74. This is where we establish any service fee that is imposed at the meter or through Park Mobile. So service fees are always changing, and so we think it's essential that we get the service fee out of the code. So in Part B, we reference that we have a service fee of 50 cents for credit card transactions. We have proposed language that a reasonable service fee may be added to each credit card transaction. And Part C is by electronic means, so this is Park Mobile, paid by phone provider. And again, we propose as a reasonable service fee may be added to each transaction processed by a contracted third-party vendor. Again, we do reference a 50-cent service fee. Park Mobile's indicated to us that they are also trying to change their service fee method, in that they are going to possibly implement a tiered service fee that is dependent on the amount of time purchased. So if you're only purchasing 30 minutes a time, the service fee would be less than somebody who's purchasing 12 hours. So we have heard rumblings from them that that is something that they're considering. And so, again, we just think it's essential that we get the service fee out so that we don't have to draft an ordinance and adopt an ordinance every time the service fee changes. Again, that could happen annually. Section 3 is Chapter 92, subsection 263. This is where we establish the cost of our various parking permits. So we have seasonal transferable permits at $225, and then effective August 1st, that fee is reduced to $115. Seasonal transferables is $250. Effective August 1st, the fee is reduced to $125. Weekly permits are $90, 3-day weekend $45, and daily, you recall back in January, we adopted an ordinance to eliminate the weekday daily, weekend daily permits, and just have one daily permit at $20. So in each of these instances, we have removed the reference to the fee and have inserted a blank so that the maker of the motion can insert whatever permit fee they wish to include. And then finally, Section 92, subsection 275 is the establishment of the scooter parking permit fee. So here, scooter parking permits are $40. Again, we have removed $40 and left a blank space. The synopsis, again, is it increases the hourly rate for metered parking, eliminates the reference to a fee for transaction service fees related to parking, and increases parking permit rates.
Thank you, Evan. I think I'd suggest that we fill in the dollar amount per hour and then calculate the percentage and add that to the permit fees there, so that it's all approximately the same percentage.
And I'll just touch on that briefly. There is a second support document in the agenda. Actually, I believe that it goes back to the budget meeting agenda, but I did prepare a chart of the permit fees. Again, that lists the current price of the permit, the price with a 20% increase rounded up in increments of $5, a 25% increase rounded up in increments of $5, and I'm also prepared to discuss a 30%, roughly 30% increase if that's the desire as well. So.
Well, again, I think if we come up with a dollar amount, then we can ask you what percentage that is, and you can give us how that relates to the parking permits. Anybody? When I talked to the press, I talked to them, I mentioned that over the past months, we've talked about 25% increase from $3 to $3.25 to $3.50 to $3.75, $4 an hour and $5 an hour. It was, I think this morning we didn't settle on anything, but $3.75 seemed to rise to the top. Being mindful that every 25-cent increase in meter fee yields about $500,000, correct?
I don't know if it's germane, but does anybody know what Dewey did at 3 o'clock today when they had their parking rates on their agenda?
Carol, do you know? Because I thought 3 weeks ago I was told that they went to $3.50, but then it was on the TV news this week that said they're anticipating or contemplating. So I don't know what it is.
I thought they were going to vote today on the $3.50. Oh, maybe it's much later than 3 p.m.
And I'm not really worried about what they're doing.
Not that it's germane, but
Yeah,
I just wondered.
I don't.
Okay.
Somebody stick their neck out?
No.
Well, I did earlier today, and I guess I don't mind doing it again.
What's your number?
I was the one that wanted a very modest increase at $3.25. As we're continuing to come to reality here, and the reality of not being able to budget for that $500,000 on the increase in rental tax is making me lean much more now towards $4 an hour, 30% increase, than what I was very reluctantly getting comfortable with at $3.75.
Well, and I was aiming toward, I guess, $3.75, but one thing for sure, I'm convinced that we absolutely need it. As I said earlier, that there, to me, are no wish list items on here. They're all necessities. And if we start looking at our capital improvement program over the next 5 years, it just escalates. And we just need to be conscious of that and be able to raise enough adequate funds to do the things that we need to do.
I have a quick question, and this may be for Evan. I'm supportive of the 375 or 4. I'd be more supportive for 375 if we did a test on Beach Block for premium parking at $5 an hour. Or it could just simply be Baltimore, Wilmington, Rehoboth Avenue. I really think we need to charge a premium for beachfront parking rather than an across-the-board hike if we went to 4. So I'd be supportive of 375 if the commissioners think we could do a beach block test at a more premium price. If there's no support for that, I'm fine with either 375 or 4.
I guess my first reaction to that, Commissioner, is do we do something like that now, or do we wait for this holistic talk later?
That's a good point.
I just don't know how you communicate that effectively at this point, and how do you
people that are willing to pay that more, you want to drive them in that direction, and people that don't, you want them not to go in that direction, and then you create a traffic jam, and once they realize it's $5, they pull out, and then I just don't know how. I don't disagree with a concept like that may work. I just don't know how you can execute it at this point.
We go to the public and.
Yeah, please.
Carol, you want to, anybody else?
Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Drury Beach Chamber of Commerce. The board discussed this at length, and they were unanimously opposed to raising the parking fees in any way, okay? However, they did encourage efforts to look towards a parking garage. What we hear is, I'll pay if I know I'm going to get a spot. The problem is, they're coming in, perhaps there's not parking. It's not necessarily the fee if they're guaranteed a spot. So I did a lot of research. I could go back to 1994, paper after paper, meeting after meeting, talking about parking meter fees, times, the parking garage over and over again. So after all of that, you know, they really felt as though it ought to be investigated again and see if there's a way to make that happen. Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Carol.
I'm sorry, if I could ask a question of you. How do you make the assumption or the statement that because we have a garage, you're guaranteed a space?
Well, I'll give you an example. When I travel and I go to a parking garage, I go someplace, maybe I'm in Florida, wherever, I don't care what the fee is, but I don't want to drive round and round and round. And that's in a large location. Here they come in, they're driving round and round and round, which adds to the traffic situation, and they're not guaranteed a spot. So if you're going to raise the prices, it's better to guarantee a spot, but you can't guarantee a spot.
I don't care how large of a parking garage you build. How could you ever be guaranteed it won't be full?
Well, there's ways to do that. I can tell you that some places you prepay. You've got your spot, you've got your number.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's understood that a parking garage is not going to be $3 or $4. It's going to be $12 a car and empty 5 months of the year.
And
Right.
sometimes if it's a guaranteed spot, the price isn't as.
So they'll pay
much
12
of
for
a
the,
lo-
so they'll
yes.
pay $12 to park for an hour rather than $4.
I have in garages.
Well,
Is anybody
parking
here?
garages are, that's not on our agenda. It's
Yeah.
getting
No.
very
But I
late.
just, I
And
wanted
I
to,
understand where you're coming from, and my temper's going to get really short in the next 15 minutes. But I really like the idea, while Carol's coming up, I really like the idea of a trial at some point.
So Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident, I think you got to keep it simple. I think if you go to the different rates in different parts of the city, you have different zone numbers. That confuses people. They may pick the wrong zone, they've paid something, they're parked in the higher level, but they're going to get a ticket as if they didn't pay at all. I think that's going to cause more frustration for people. I don't disagree that maybe at some point we need to do that, but I like the idea of waiting and looking at a wholesale solution based on what input we get or recommendations we get from the parking study or the traffic study. I'm not going to call it a parking study, traffic study. Because I think another frustration for people are they want to park close to the beach. They don't necessarily care if it's meter or permit. But after a certain time, the only place you can buy a permit is here, but maybe the spot that they have found is down on Queen Street. I think we have a bigger issue with people not being able to buy permits after 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the permit goes to 5. So I think you're going to find more people looking for a permit pass if they're faced with $5 an hour but can find a spot in the Ocean Block on a non-meter street. Thank you.
Carolyn.
But Carolyn, sorry, a quick question for Mayor, if I may. You aren't suggesting that we don't raise the meter
No,
fees?
I understand that we have to raise rates.
I just
I
wanted.
don't
that's a-
like the idea of $4, but I get it, seeing the numbers. I don't like that we're probably going to be higher than any other location around here, but the fact of the matter is people are going to come to Rehoboth no matter what. So I think they're going to pay, but I do think it's better to keep it simple and have the same rate at all the meters, because I think that causes confusion.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, I keep looking back at our expenses going high. You know, our number one resource, I've said, is our employees, and this proposed budget invests in our employees. It tries to keep up with the rapidly rising costs of health insurance and salaries being increased, and capital improvement programs. You know, look what we get for look what we give our visitors. We're giving them this year a $5 million beach patrol restroom facility. But besides that $5 million, we're paying for beach patrol. We're paying for beach cleaning, for boardwalk maintenance. We've got exorbitant costs to deal with. And I see that we need to raise that money. And one way is trying to spread, perhaps, the wealth, if you will. That the visitor has to pay a certain amount. And what some of y'all don't know is this morning's meeting, we talked also about the need to raise wastewater rates. And I think that's coming. We're not ready to vote on it. And property taxes was discussed, very modest, I think, but that was too. So it may be spread around. It's not just a parking thing that we're looking at. And I always try to remind people that parking permits are the best deal around compared to parking meters. I mean, you know, if you're going to be here for a week or 2 or 3, even 2 or 3 days daily, a $20 permit day versus 8 times $4, $30 for the meter for 8 hours. That parking permit is the way to go.
So are we at $4 for the meters?
I'm stuck at $3.75.
Maybe what I can do is give a little bit of an update in terms of the budget. So right now, the deficit is $4,417,554. That incorporates contributions.
Does it have in there a provision for the gross receipts, or did you remove it?
I'm getting there. So the deficit, 4.4 million with the contributions. If we look at the property taxes, parking meter rates at 375, parking permits, 20% increase, gross receipts, rental tax, and wastewater, the deficit's closer to $1 million. Now, a couple things to keep in mind. The parking meter at $3.75, parking permits at 20%. If we want to make it consistent with the meter rates, then that can go up. The rental tax, I've just put in 100,000 right now. I don't know if that, again, we did have 500,000, again, an arbitrary number. So roughly $1 million deficit. Looking at parking rates using the budgeted numbers that we have for coin revenue, credit card, and pay by phone, if we go to $4, that could be another $500,000. So the deficit would be closer to $500,000 without increasing the parking permits above the 20,000 or the 20%.
And did you say that factors in wastewater and property tax?
Yes.
Wastewater at 21 or 28%?
It was the 1779. So
21.
Well, Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Are you going to fill in all the blanks?
Yeah, I
Or
can.
why don't you go through and tell us what your blanks are?
Sure.
ahead of time so we can
Well,
pencil them in.
can I get a little nod if, I feel like we have to go with 4 and 30%. Mayor, I move to amend city ordinance, chapter 92, section 92-73 parking meter fees, section 9274 payment required, section 92-263 issuing of parking permits, and section 92-275 issuing of motor scooter parking permits. The first amendment is section 1, letter A, changing the per hour space amount to $4, which equates to a 30% increase.
33.
Section 2 will amend.
Sorry to cut you off here. Did you mean to also amend the fractional portion of subsection A?
Well, you asked him to remove that.
Yeah.
So we want to strike.
So we will strike the
25 cents.
It'll read $4 per hour spaces, 4 parking spaces designated at the following locations. Period, or the whole rest of this?
Yeah.
The whole rest of it.
So I will reread that. A will read $4 per hour spaces for parking space designated at the following locations, except those designated spaces in 92-69B, for which the maximum parking is 30 minutes. This section also strikes section B. In section 2, we will be removing the 50-cent service fee and adding the sentence, "A reasonable service fee may be added to each credit card transaction." In letter C, we will be adding, "A reasonable service fee may be added to each transaction processed by a contracted third-party vendor," striking the 50 cents reference in the following sentence. In C, we will be amending the following rates. 1, seasonable, transferable, non-transferable will now be $295.
What percentage is that?
30%.
30, okay.
Starting August 1, that amount will be $130. Number 2, seasonable, transferable. The amount will be $325. Starting effective April 1, that amount will be $165.
165.
April 1 or August 1?
August 1.
165, Evan.
Number 3, weekly will go to $120. The 3-day amount will go to $60, and the daily pass will go to $30.
We just raised the.
This is 150, not 130. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I need to revise.
The weekly.
The non-transferable starting August 1st.
The non-transferable starting on August 1st is 150, not 130. So that's 150. And then in section, is this the motor vehicle?
275. Yeah, this is scooters.
Okay. And then section 4A, changing the rate for scooter parking to $55. All of those reflect a 30% increase at $5 increments rounded up.
Before you get a second on that, I just want to make sure we're comfortable with 30% increase on the daily, because we just raised the daily from what?
It was
15 to 20?
Weekday was 15, weekend was 20. So
So is 30 appropriate, or is it too high?
again, that was not increased. The weekday daily was increased from 15 to 20, but the weekend daily was 20. So that was not increased.
Correct.
So depending on how you look at the daily, it was or was not increased. Sorry, my fives look like threes.
Yeah, it's okay. We sort of blended the daily into one.
Right.
But if you are coming during the week, going from 15 to 30 is quite an increase.
So we have a motion on the floor. We're either need a second or we need more discussion. If somebody, I'm still hesitant on the $4, and yet I see the need, and I don't see any cuts that we can make. So I'm.
Well, this is predicated on the grants are all approved?
On the what?
The grants?
Yes.
Can I ask, is there an effect of the, for the hourly rate with Park Mobile and their fee? Like, is there an offsetting fee that we're incurring by raising the rate?
No.
Percentage? No? Okay.
So
I'm not comfortable with it, but I don't see where we have any other options. And I think one thing to note, I mean, you talked about the increase in property taxes being modest, but we're essentially going up to the maximum that we can legally do per our charter.
Which is modest.
With these changes, though, we're not making any considerable changes in the length of the season.
Correct.
Okay.
No, but that's got to be on the table in April.
The thing that that I struggle a lot with about parking, and Carol always says consistent, consistent, consistent. And I wish that we could have a more variable system. I mean, on the weekday during the summer, heck, I would go to $5 an hour. It's, even going to $4, it's late May, early June, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights that I'm like, ugh, this hurts. But
I think we've looked at this
Save some of that conversation for
Yeah.
May.
Yep.
April.
March. All right, Mayor, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah,
with
there's a
no
motion on the
second.
floor. Do I have a second? I either need a second or I need additional discussion.
I'll
Somebody-
second.
All right. We have a motion by, you want to say one more thing?
Carolyn Diefendover, city resident. The daily rate is where you all previously agreed to go from 15 during the week and 20 on the weekends to 20 overall. If you go to 30, that 15 it's a 100% increase for the daily during the week. I think that's excessive. If you want to come up with a blended daily rate, maybe you leave it at, maybe you go to 25 or maybe you leave it at 20. I don't know, but 100% increase during the week is excessive.
Well, that's what I intimated earlier. I'd be more comfortable at 25 for just a daily permit.
I take both of those points, and it was in my head. I will amend my motion to change the daily rate to 25 if the seconder would accept the
Accept
motion.
that, yes.
Are we at discussion?
I don't know where we are.
We're at discussion.
Have I made a
So,
Have a motion and a
Announce
second.
Who made the motion and the
Either
second?
call the question
And
or
we're in
discussion.
discussion. Is there any more discussion?
yes, there is. I'd like to just ask Evan, can you tell us the impact of that?
Yes. With those changes, so a $4 per hour parking meter rate, an increase in parking permits, 30%, rental tax estimating roughly 100,000 in revenue, and then sewer plus property tax, the deficit now for.
But hang on,
Sure.
I was being very specific. The change that we just made from 30 to 25.
Oh, the daily? Just the daily.
To how that impacts the budget?
Yeah.
I would have to think about that a little bit, only because it's one of many permits. So it's just, we've done a back of the napkin calculation of the budgeted permit revenue, increasing that 30%. So.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it would probably be marginal, but. So now deficit 472,000. And again, we include contributions and those contribution amounts that were requested.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor and a second to adopt an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 92 relating to parking meter fees, payment required, issuing of parking permits, issuing of motor scooter permits, and the amounts filled in during the motion. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sharp?
Aye.
Commissioner Czerniawski?
I don't think I'm going to be able to go out in public for a while. Aye.
Good for the souls. Stay home for a while.
Commissioner Gossett?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Markert?
Aye.
Commissioner Preston?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye also reluctantly. But as I said earlier, we've got all these projects and rising costs. We have to deal with it somehow, and trying to spread the pain, if you will. With that, obviously, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Carol, for your input.
Mayor, while we're still on this topic of the budget, I hate to be a broken record, but I'm going to maybe take a little page out of Commissioner Sharp's book. These are really tough decisions that we're making. We've got more to make. The problem that I see is that they only solve this year's problem. And next year's problem is bigger. So I say that so that everybody who's listening, whether you're in the room, whether you're reporting on it, whether you're watching us, this is not something that's going to go away. We're going to face these challenges year on year now for the next few years, absent some miraculous something happening. So it's not fun.
No, it's not. And frankly, we need earlier discussion of this if we can, and we need to recognize that the capital improvement program and the budget's growing, and we're going to need a new formula for this. We can't always come back to parking and property taxes, especially parking, because if you look at the capital improvement program, 5 years from now, there's a $20 million capital improvement program for Wilmington, Baltimore. We can't raise the parking meter fees to pay for that Wilmington, Baltimore project. So you're right. I appreciate it.
But am I correct, Mayor, that what we can do is to these longer range problems that we have, we can start attacking that in April and May?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
There's no reason to lose momentum on this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you completely. I'm I remember a very simple thing the Public Works Director was talking about, street paving. And, we've deferred street paving on Baltimore and Wilmington because of the possibility of the Baltimore-Wilmington streetscape project. And if you look at the capital improvements program and you look at the price tag associated with that project, in my mind, realistically, that project isn't happening. And if that's the case, then the budget that we're adopting ultimately, I think, doesn't have the wiggle room for the Public Works Department to take care of those streets in the way that we would expect them to. I think that's what I heard the Public Works Director say. So these are significant puzzle pieces to put together.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next item of business is G, consider appointment of Jay Legree and reappointment of James Little and William Pearlstein to the Audit Committee. By charter, we have to reappoint members of our City Audit Committee on an annual basis. Former Commissioner Jay Legree did a good job when he was a citizen and was on the Audit Committee many years ago. And then, so I'd like to nominate him for appointment. And then, of course, reappointment of the two gentlemen that have been serving on there, James Little and William Pearlstein. Well, I'd like a motion to appoint and reappoint as noted.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chrzanowski and a second by Commissioner Patrick Gossett to appoint Jay Legree and reappoint James Little and William Pearlstein to the Audit Committee. Is there any discussion, any comment by the members of the public? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And they are appointed or reappointed unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the next item of business, which is consider appointment of Commissioner Patrick Gossett as liaison to the Rehoboth Beach Main Street Post Office Revitalization Committee. Those in the know heard from Cindy Lovett that she's trying to form a new committee through Main Street or sponsored by Main Street to help revitalize our in-town post office. And she asked Commissioner Gossett if he would be a liaison to that. And as you know, we typically appoint our liaison. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chrzanowski and a second by Commissioner Tim Bennett to appoint Commissioner Patrick Gossett as the liaison to Rehoboth Beach Main Street's Post Office Revitalization Committee. Is there any public comment? Any citizen or commissioner comment? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, and the motion's carried. Thank you, Patrick. With the note I said at the beginning, we are skipping over I, the museum things. We have no new business. Are there any commissioner announcements or comments?
No.
Review future meeting dates. Monday, March 4th at 9 a.m. is our workshop meeting. 2 p.m. is our number four budget meeting. With that, is there any citizen comment on top?
Mayor, just a
Yes,
reminder,
yes.
city manager search meetings, Monday, March 11th, 9 a.m., Monday, March 18th, 9 a.m., and Tuesday, April 2nd at noon.
Very good, thank you. With that, we have citizen comment. These are generally for topics off topic.
Off topic. Well, I was debating whether or not this was off topic or on topic during your earlier discussion on budget matters. First of all, I want to say I don't envy any of you having to deal with this budget issue and the enormous shortfall that you're facing. I'd like to make a suggestion, however, as to another source of revenue for the city, which I think is being overlooked. And I think it's within the control of the city. I'm sorry. I think it's within the control of the city to deal with this. And specifically, I'm referring to the actions or inactions of the Planning Commission. I don't know how many of you follow the Planning Commission meetings. I do, because it's a personal source of interest for me, having served on the Planning Commission and having served as its chair. And I am seeing applications still before the Planning Commission that came before the Planning Commission when I was serving on the Planning Commission beginning in 2018. 6 years. And to any observer of the proceedings of the Planning Commission, it is obvious that there are delays after delays after delays, roadblocks after roadblocks after roadblocks being thrown up by the planning commissioners to major projects in this city that would have a significant positive impact on the city's revenue. One example is the Bellhaven Hotel. Again, you know, that came up in 2019. The building permit fees for that project alone would have been $1.7 million. Most recently also, I will tell you that the Grotto Hotel proposal has run into a buzzsaw. And it was shocking to me that after the Planning Commission voted to adopt recommendations on amendments to Chapter 236, site plan review, and to send them to you for consideration, that a matter that was on the agenda, being the preliminary review of the Grotto Hotel proposal, was not allowed to go forward. Now, one of the recommended amendments to 236 was that the Planning Commission could waive another roadblock requirement they were proposing to allow a matter to be considered if the representatives and the applicant made a reasonable case that something that was required for them to have, in this case it was a Lomer letter from FEMA, they would consider the matter. Vince Robertson, who is the attorney for Grotto, made, in my opinion, what was an absolute slam dunk, no-brainer, best argument to move forward with their agendaed matter, ignoring even what they had just adopted and are sending to you for consideration. His explanation wasn't good enough that they had been assured, and there were experts also with him, that the letter, the Lomer letter, was in the works, making its way through the process at FEMA, and they were told they would have it in a matter of a few weeks. That wasn't good enough. And then now they canceled their meeting for this month. So this happens month after month after month. And someone needs to take a look at what's going on, because I can tell you that having served on the Planning Commission and witnessing the way that the planning commissioners are performing their responsibilities, it's shameful. Now, Edward, you can probably walk outside, I can't. But the chair of the Planning Commission and Susan Gay, the vice chair, already hate me, so I don't care. But this is not serving our residents, our businesses, our property owners well. It's a travesty, and something should be done about it. And I will I'll paraphrase something that Commissioner Sharp paraphrased from the police chief this morning. And I will say that as a result, we are failing our property owners, and we are surely failing our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else? If not, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of conducting preliminary discussions on sales or leases of real property as permitted by 29 Del C, Section 10,004, B2, also known as the Freedom of Information Act. I get a motion to go into executive session?
We have to.
Nobody?
I will make a motion to go into executive person, purpose of conducting preliminary discussions on sales or leases of real property as permitted by 29 Del C, Section 10004B2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossen, a second by Commissioner Bunky Marker to go into executive session for the purposes of conducting preliminary discussions on sales or leases of real property as permitted by the Freedom of Information Act. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are those opposed?
Opposed.
And
I abstain.
Huh? You opposed?
No, I said I abstain.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a, I do a roll call vote then. Ed, you're abstaining. Patrick?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Markert?
Aye.
Commissioner Preston? Aye. Commissioner Sharp?
No.
Okay.
For the second
With
time.
that, we do have a majority and we'll be going into executive session. Want to let you know that the executive session is unknown duration. No actions are taken in executive session. No actions will be taken when we come back into public session, and we will be coming back into public session to adjourn. With that, we are recessed or adjourned or whatever to executive session.
Is it 6:30?
There's dinner, don't worry, happy hour. Then,
I don't know why you're abstaining and you're no.
got to be one of the latest ones we've had.
No, there wasn't no papers.
Trying to avoid going down there.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion to come out of executive session back into public session.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Stranowski and a second by Commissioner Tony Sharp to come out of executive session back into public session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And the motion is carried unanimously. We are now back in public session. There being no further business, I adjourn this meeting at 7:34 PM. Thank you very much.